Hey, welcome back to EJPR Eric Johnson Public Radio here, K1540 AM on your radio dial. I'd like to thank everybody for having me back here up on the airwaves. We know you have a choice in public radios, and thank you for choosing Eric Johnson Public Radio. Once again, that's EJPR K1540 on your AM radio dial, bringing you all the space news from throughout the day. Thanks everybody for listening. Hello. I'm back. Voice is still gone. Voice is still gone. It's EJ on the talk radio station because I got kicked off the rock station. Hi back. I'm hungry. Hi back. I'm Aqua. Hi back. Gonna cry. Wreck your voice maybe. I didn't do anything to wreck my voice, man. I didn't even watch any sports ball yesterday. No, this chat was full of dads. Now this chat's full of wannabes, man. Full of wannabes. Actually, it's full of wanna-Ds. Hey, Joshy, what's going on, man? How are you? I totally wouldn't mind the AM noise. Nice. It's not wannabes, it's wanna-Ds. A coworker has candy out. I grabbed a 2-piece Starburst, opened it up, and both were labeled orange. But they were cherry. Best day ever. That's like a euphemism for life, JDG. Hey, Fib, what's going on, man? Soon, EJ will be reading numbers. All right. So, cheese grater voice. Dude, I don't know how I lost my voice. I wasn't yelling. I wasn't doing anything that involved yelling. My voice is just like, nah. Did the meeting go well? Yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe. I hope so. You know, trying to really bring the stream to that next level, you know? I don't know, man. I never know what the right thing to say is, you know? Like, what meeting? What meeting? What meeting? I had a meeting with some folks about the stream. They chose not to be identified. You know, so I'm trying to do is grow the stream. You guys know that. I'm trying to grow the stream. I'm trying to find new ways to grow the stream. But they have to be on my terms. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to bombard you guys with ads, stuff like that. You know what I mean? So I gotta, you know, I'm very careful about who I talk to. And, you know, I want to make sure that if we do, I am looking for sponsors, but if I want to make sure I find the right sponsor, you know what I mean? I got to make sure the terms, you know, aren't going to have me like jump through hoops like a circus monkey. You know what I mean? I don't want to do that. So, you know, I find that, you know, I try to, sometimes the terms are negotiable, right? You know, for like how you need to represent brand or whatnot. But I tell people this, like at the beginning of business meetings, I am a stick in the mud when it comes to this stuff. You know what I mean? I'm a stick in the mud. You guys are I'm probably going to be so picky about it to the point where you probably don't want to do business with me, which is fine. That's okay. EJ stream. Yep. Skillshare, literally every single YouTuber. Yeah. So I want to make sure, you know, that if, you know, I have these meetings with sponsors and stuff like that, that I, you know, we get the right sponsors, the right fit. I would literally rather be sponsored by like the local car dealership.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
If I knew that those terms were going to be right, you know what I'm saying? Brought to you by Cough Meds. Yeah, so, you know, yeah, that's, you know, I'm not really good at doing this whole business thing, fellas. I don't know if you guys realize that. Deferred sponsorship, dude. I wish they would come and sponsor me, but I think I talk too much crap about Chevy for them to want to. I'm not clean, you know what I mean? Because I hate Chevy. They'd be like, no. Arleon, thank you for the 9-month resub. You've always been solar for as long as I've watched you. 95, that's on purpose. You guys get bombarded enough with ads. I do that very much on purpose. I've turned down pretty awesome business deals because I didn't think it would be right. I didn't think it'd be right for the community. I really have to be careful with that stuff, especially because I claim to be an educator. I do STEM outreach. I have to make sure the sponsorship is right. If it doesn't fit, it doesn't fit. You know what I mean? Brondo, it's got what plants crave. Yeah, let's not do that again. That hurt. Yeah, exactly, Slow Chief. I get business emails 3 or 4 times a week from people, and I tell people how I conduct business on my stream. And it's very easy to spot somebody that just saw my business email in my Twitter and just sent me a link to something, or who watches the stream, who knows what they're talking about. It's very easy to spot it. And if you do follow the stream and you know what I'm about, you wouldn't be sending this email. You know what I'm saying? Today's stream is sponsored by SpaceX. I think I do enough work for them, Joshy, don't you think? Inadvertently. Literally stream every single one of their game launches, man. I've missed, to this day, guys, how many Falcon 9s have I missed total? Like 3? How many Falcon 9s have launched? Like 200? I will not bow to any sponsor. Yeah, it's not that, Balxy. If the sponsorship is right, I'll take it, But yeah, sometimes these meetings, interfere with streams, and I just got to make sure that, we get the right sponsor for the stream, That's right, Hilness. That's correct. New print. Little. Yellow. Different. Yes, and it's the choice of a new generation. You've missed a lot recently due to the chaos. Chaos. What did I miss? Oh, you drinking blank? Oh, that's my favorite. Yes, blank. Cool. Refreshing. Due to the chaos. What? Last for ultimate plug. Brought to you by Skillshare, NordVPN, blah, 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 blah. The LTT water bottle. Battle Legends. War of the Warship, and I fix it. We destroy Chevys daily. Don't you want to be one of the cool kids? Yep. To kill chaos. Today's stream sponsored by Stephen Hawking Kush. That's what I mean about getting the right sponsor, Slow Chief. I don't necessarily think this demographic would be ready for Stephen Hawking Kush. You know what I'm saying? Am I right, man? Am I right, man? People probably don't even know what that is. Don't Google it. Don't Google it. Trust me on that one. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Sarah. Nice. Like, people only do things because they get paid. And that's just really sad. I can't talk about it anymore. It's giving me a headache. Here, take 2 of these. New print. Little. Yellow. Different. Sorry. Say again, please, so I can Google it. No. You don't need to worry about that. So, fellas, I can taste that. Sorry. That was sore throat ginger ale burp taste. Sweet potato, if you know. If you know, then you know. And if you don't know, now you know, chatters. I do think Chevy would be a good sponsor for you. You trash talk them so much they get enough airtime anyway, and trash branding is sometimes the best form of advertising. Yeah. This stream brought to you by me. That's right. You guys are the sponsor. That's the key. I've had a sponsor this whole time, and it's you. This stream is brought to you in part by viewers like you. Dun dun dun. I literally watched that at the same time you said it. You even got the pauses correct. my brain, man. That's what it does. Look, you can play by the rules, or you can go back to the farm club in Aurora. It's your choice. Yes, and it's the choice of a new generation. Cue Cassandra's music. Boom, 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 boom. Is it just me, or did you go partying yesterday? Rough voice. You know, gnarly on as much as I really want to sound cool and say that I, you know, oh yeah, I went to a rager last night. I straight up just lost my voice. Now I know why. Now I know why I felt like trash. Like I had no energy. I had no energy last week. Friday, Saturday, dude, I'm like sitting here going. And some folks were like, yeah, that's the sign of, you know, your body fighting off an infection. And then I got sick, so I got that going for me, which is nice. Did you tell them about the layoffs affecting UJSA? Yeah, that's what the meeting was about. Sorry to hear that. Nah. Yeah, it's a rager. EJ has a rager. 95. The definition of rager has changed, hasn't it? Since when I was just a youngin' like you. Have you tried just not getting sick? You know what? I have, Dink. That hasn't worked. You say banger nowadays? Okay. Well, that's good to know. Would an appropriate thing to say for youngins in this scenario would be, do you bang D's? Is that what you call them? Damn, your menu looks good. Thanks, Joshy. Are you sponsored by Sprunk? Oh, yeah. Stop being sick. Be awesome instead. True story. I like the Carl reference there. Yeah, this is Carl. Leave a message or leave me alone. Either way, I don't care. Unless this is Mom, in which case, you know, happy Mother's Day. Yes, an email. So I got that going for me, which is nice. Oh, that Carl. Yeah. Yeah. Beautiful day here at Augusta. Cinderella story. Is this former greenskeeper turned club champion? Or turned, you know, pro golfer, about to be champion of the world. Teeing off here, 4th hole at Augusta. I think he's going to use about a 3-iron. Oh, what a shot. Oh, it's in the hole. It's in the hole. Worst. You know, I went caddied for the Dalai Lama one time. You know, carried for the Dalai Lama. You know, we tee off, and he hits the ball into about a 10,000-foot crevasse. And he looks back at me, and you know what he says? Gunga gunga. Right. You know, so we play 18, and then he's going to stiff me. So I says, hey, Lama, how about a little something for the effort here? So he says, when you die on your deathbed, you will receive total consciousness. So I got that going for me, which is nice. So what a win over Cleveland. I saw the highlights yesterday. What a game. I actually missed it. I was in Nueva York. You either die a hero or live long enough to have your music ruined by a car commercial. Yeah. The two things I can't tolerate in this world. People who are intolerant of other people's cultures. And the Dutch. Plus to share a border with Dutch. Lost all respect for Bubba Wallace after he almost killed Kyle Larson. Yeah. Artyom, I saw a kid playing around with a diamond the size of a tangerine. Master Way. Yeah, Zizep, they played good, man. They played pretty good. I can't complain. you know, is pretty good. All right, are we ready to go? Ready to go? You finished with those errands? Errands. You finished those errands? Coda this week too. Coda? Oh, Formula 1. That's right. Some events, I just want to see the world burn. I saw a child playing with a diamond the size of a tangerine. I finished errands without errors. That's good. I'm very excited for Coda. I think we all are. So guys, just a little bit of a side note. Something is muting the VODs all of a sudden. I didn't change the music that I play. Something's muting the VODs and something's unpublishing VODs. I'm trying to figure out what it is because it's hard to figure out because it's literally music that I just regularly listen to. So something is muting it and I can't figure it out. So we're going to be musicless for this stream if you guys don't mind. Oh, actually, Tech, you were the first one to say anything. Oh, Python. Learning Python. Oh, that's good. Did you see the Stormworks DLC and update? No. Where is Day 4? Day 4 never got published, Sniper. Yeah. Alright. Or you could put music through other... Oh, there's a solution that I didn't ask for. Thanks, Tara. Alright. So... I've been trying to find that one song you've been playing lately. The New Astronauts by Test Shot Starfish.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Benzio, tier 149. Man, I've still got to wait 20 more months. Nice. Took a second. Uh-oh. Boomer alert. Yep. Alright, so, what I wanted to do, guys, today is rebuild Jebstone 4. And I want to rebuild Jebstone 4 with a couple of modern building techniques that I have. So, in the same way that I built the Nugget, optimized for code, the KSP tutorial craft, I built it kind of optimized with modern building techniques to make sure that all this stuff goes together correctly. What I want to do is make Jebstone 4, but I want to remake Jebstone 4 with my modern building strategies. The reason why is because when we went to go and launch this, we had some crazy problems with gimbal lock happening during ascent. And there is some things to be said about the code and whatnot. But, come on. But also, I noticed that there's other things to be said about the rocket literally doing this. Transverse pogo oscillation is happening during liftoff with the rocket. Now, the reason why that's really going on is because this is not that strong of a connection. And this thing was never designed... This thing was never really designed to have software governing its actions. So what I'm going to try to do here is remake Jebstone, which it's not going to take that long. And when I say it's not going to take that long, that's factoring into account the time it takes me not a lot of time. Or it takes me a long time to rebuild even the smallest things on stream. Taking that into account, at the most, it's going to take it'll take all the stream today, which is not that big of a deal. But it's a thing that I need to, it's a thing that I need to do. Because it's a thing that I need to do because it's very important to have your hardware and your software matched. This is a fundamental thing with systems engineering that I've come to understand. Now, there have been times in the past with rockets. When the hardware and the software weren't engineered in concurrence. They weren't engineered in parallel. And, well, let me show you what happens.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, unité, feu.
So this is the first Ariane 5 launch. This is from the late 90s here. Yeah, like what's going on. So, the interesting thing about the first Ariane 5 launch is that in order to save costs, what KNES basically tried to do, and the Europeans, what they tried to do is take Ariane 4's software and guidance system, and they just basically duct taped it to Ariane 5. Now the thing is, when your hardware doesn't match your software, sometimes you get a bug. Like this.
Tous les paramètres propulsifs sont normaux et la trajectoire est normale.
37.
So it's important to understand that stuff needs to be remade. Sometimes retrofitting hardware, or retrofitting new hardware, or retrofitting new software to old hardware, or old software to new hardware, still doesn't end very well. So, what I'm going to do is we'll remake Jebstone from the ground up. I picked Jebstone because it's a simple vehicle. And we will write our ascent trajectory scripts with the new Jebstone that I build. It's going to be basically just a copy of this, just with some hierarchical things changed around a little bit. That's all. So, with that being said, is the multiple docking port mechanism still viable? In what regard? That poses an interesting question. What hardware changes would have to have been made to the Saturn V if it got much more modern computers? I would say that the Saturn V's hardware is pretty damn good. The hardware was definitely ahead of the software. Yeah, with Saturn V. Saturn V, I mean, the software, having a digital processor on a spacecraft was something that was so ridiculously ahead of its time that it was still basically in its infancy. Falcon 9 is a good example of a rocket where the software is matching the hardware. With Saturn V, I would say that the software was still relatively in its infancy comparatively to the hardware. You could introduce software upgrades into Saturn V had they kept flying it into the 70s and into the 80s. You could introduce software upgrades with that thing, and the hardware could stay the same. Software was hardware at that point. That's another good point. Yeah, it's another good thing to mention. All right, anyway, so let's get into rebuilding here. So, I'm going to rebuild this more in the style of how I would build Jebstone 4 if we were going to do mission mode with it, okay?
Discovery,
So,
go at throttle
the
up.
first thing that I'm going to need... The first thing that we're going to need is a 1.8 meter fairing. We can shut off kRPC for now. And then we're going to go here like this. And I need to build the fairing, the front fairing for this thing. So if we make it in mission mode style, believe it or not, I'll just end up using a 375 fairing right here. And then attached to the bottom of the 375 fairing, we're going to do something like this. I'm going to take these here, right? And then we will attach docking ports. Once again, I'm making this in the style of mission mode. Because mission mode rockets stay together. They're very strong. That's right, Poison. Yeah. Yeah, that's actually a pretty good point. So, here's what we're going to do. I need to make some of my rulers here. Go back here like this. Postal, thanks for the 24 months. Are you doing orbital today? Yeah, I'm remaking a little bit of the rocket though before we do that. I noticed that my hardware and my software were not in concurrence with the design. So we're going to go ahead and rebuild some of Jebstone 4 to make it match. Lumberjack with the hat to match. Meeting go well? I mean, I thought it did, Panza, but yeah, I don't know. Who knows? Okay, so it looks like the ruler is not in the right spot. We need to make sure that it matches the outside of the tank to get the forward skirt on our upper stage done correctly. I usually like working off the other side for whatever reason. It doesn't matter. So what I'm doing right here... Hey, Nazalite, how are you? What I'm doing over here is making sure... I'm using the strut as a ruler. It's kind of a guide. So I can figure out where to place components correctly. So I'm gonna go ahead and make another one here. And I'm gonna move this thing forward. Oh, man. Sorry. I apologize. I am very sick. Well, to be fair, I'm not that sick. I just have no voice. Out of all the places to get sick, you know, of all the different sicknesses that I could get, I have to get the one where my voice goes. So, you know, I got that going for me, which is nice. So, what we gotta do here is figure out the gap that we want for the forward skirt. So, we're going to get in there like that, and then we're going to move this back like this. And the reason why I'm making these out of, you know, these rulers, so to speak, out of struts, so when I go to place this, right, we go to place this fairing, it'll be nice and hollow. So what I want to do is go back here like this, and then set this point right here basically on the line like that. And then we're going to move this forward, and then we're going to build our fairing out. And those 1.8 fairings really, like, you can really kind of get a little bit crazy with them. So what I want to do is build this back like this, and then make this fairing go up like this. And then if we match it right there, and we left mouse button terminate that thing, it should be, it's not closed. I don't want to close fairing because then it's not going to look right. So what I'm going to do is we'll get another ruler here. Get another one. Another one. And we will get that basically to the point where we want it to be attached. Then what I'm going to do is move this whole assembly . So now I have a spot where I want this to be. So we're going to edit the fairing and then terminate it right on the edge of the strut. So now, why am I doing this? Well, what I'm trying to do is make what's called a forward skirt. It's a structural attachment point here. This is kind of how real rockets are put together. They have an outward cylindrical, structural cylindrical part that kind of bridges the fuel tanks together. So now what we can do is I can take this and we can move it into position like that. See? And that should be on an absolute snap. Yeah, it is. And then if we take this and we set this to a four-sided fairing, the outside matches as well. Now we can take this piece right here and we can move it right there. And then if we get rid of the rulers, this, we just kind of move them out of the way. It really is a Caddyshack kind of day. Yeah. We can just take the ruler as the root part and just move them over here like this. Now,
Discovery, go at throttle up.
now we have a perfect fairing here. And that fairing is actually acting as structure, right? It's actually really strong now. It's not going to go anywhere. So what you can do is you set that fairing to same vessel interaction. And then you set the actual, the big fairing up here to same vessel interaction as well. And now what's going to happen is that will structurally hold this thing up.
Discovery,
That'll
go at
prevent
throttle up.
it from riding around like that during ignition. Gary with a 52, Jasper with a 34, Doom with a 72. Thanks, guys. I really appreciate it.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
See what I'm talking about? Now that's butting up against it, and if we use same vessel interaction, we don't need to worry about it. So now, we don't need to worry about it weeble wobbling around. So now what we can do is make our fairing. And then we had problems with making sure it was a... we had problems earlier with making sure that the fairing was a... what's the word? It's separated correctly. And because it's butted up against the fairing plate like this, you don't need to worry about it. You don't need to worry about fairing separations. Mods? Yeah, where have you been? So I'm going to leave some room for a payload attachment fitting. And then we're going to go here. We're going to build the fairing. And Jebstone was always able... We made sure it was able to carry 18 tons into space. And then it had a kind of pointy Atlas V 500 style fairing. Yeah, that's not... It's not pointy enough, chat. Chat, it is not pointy enough. Actually, that was too pointy. There we go. Been plugged into dual universe. Oh, that's neat. So we could set that to clamshell. We could set it to 200 ejector. And now we shouldn't have to worry about it anymore. So now what we're going to do is reroute to here. Get rid of the payload and get rid of the original root part. And now that fairing serves as our root in itself. Now we got to go here and start messing with the hierarchy. So on the fairing here, we're going to need our... we need the payload attachment fitting inside of here. And the PAF is going to have the computers, the probe core and whatnot, and the batteries and everything. The other thing that we can do is start going in here and running struts. So if I run a strut in 4 times symmetry... Actually, I like doing 3, just because triangles. And then if we run our struts from here to here, we know that that's not going to ride around on the docking port. We know the docking port relative to the fairing is not going to move. It's going to stay nice and strong. But we can't run struts from here to here. The reason why is because if I'm building in a mission mode style, I need to make sure. Oh, God, man. This is killing me right now. I need to make sure that the rocket can be disassembled, because mission mode rockets are designed to be built outside of the VAB. That's just kind of my fun rules that I like using. I like making sure, I like building the rocket to make it so if I wanted to, you know, like say build a crane and a pad for this thing, we could. So that's going to give us the struts on one side. The other thing that I want to do now is, let's see. Sorry. The other thing that I want to do now is I want to run struts from the fuel tank to that. Similar struts, but if you notice, these aren't attached to the fairing. They're not attached to that 1/8 fairing, right? These ones are attached to they're attached to the fuel tank, which is actually bypassing the fairing in 3 times symmetry, which is actually, that'll make this really, really strong. And, you know, just to make sure, I always kind of configure the struts to make it look like I actually messed with them. And then we're just going to run them out to the edge of the forward skirt right there. Note that if you look, the bottom set of struts that are attaching to the fuel tank are in reverse 3x symmetry to the ones that are attaching to the fairing. It's just all stuff that you implement to make the thing a little bit stronger. So you're going to try and code a mission. Yeah, that's the idea, man. But I have to, we tried using one of my existing rockets and it didn't work very well. So I am building basically a new version of that same rocket. It's Jebstone 4 from the career mode. It's my single SRB first stage. Basically just going to build a nice new version of it that is really more optimized for code. The guidance system, the way I coded the guidance system, didn't like that the rocket was basically doing this right when it took off. It has transverse pogo oscillation. Saturn, any tall rocket, Saturn V had to deal with this problem. Saturn V was also jumping around like a pogo stick, but the rocket also does this. If you have a long rocket, it's going to do that in some way, shape, or form. Say goodnight, Floppy. Oh, it's you. Sorry, I didn't recognize you without crap in your pants. Okay. So give me 1 second. Alright, so I always just make sure the fuel tank is empty. So how did the meeting go? I don't know. We'll see where it takes us, Creeper. We'll see where it takes us. We'll see if that gets us what we want. Who knows? Sweet. So now we have to make the aft payload attachment fitting. And I have to make something basically similar to this. But we have to make it so it hooks into the SRB. And we have to make a cup style interstage here. Yeah, that shouldn't be too big of a problem. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get another 1/8 fairing here. Okay? And then I'm going to bring my ruler back in here. And that ruler, once again, is going to mark the outside of the tank. And then what we're going to do is we're going to mark this right here. So, and now I have my rulers basically in the same spot that we have up here. But you know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, we could do a trick here if we really wanted to. Because I basically just need this. I need an aft skirt for the stage. I'm trying to think like what would be the right idea here. I mean, we'd have to test that it all kind of goes together correctly, but you know what? For the aft skirt, it's probably not going to be that big of a deal. So what I'm going to do, here's the trick. Basically, take that craft, load up the exact same file. Actually, cancel. Save that. Take the craft, load up the exact same file, and merge it. And then literally just take the part off. Take this part off. See? Take that piece off, turn it around, reroute over here, so the fairing is right, and then boom, there you go. Now we can get rid of that piece, we can get rid of the ghosted out parts, and now we have the same exact thing on the back of the fairing. So now we take this and we move it back, and it should just absolute snap right into position, just like that. Perfect. Now we have skirts for the stage. Now why do this way? Well, these things have same vessel collision on them, okay? There's SVI. Same vessel collision basically makes it that two parts on the vessel collide with each other. Pretty straightforward stuff. If I make this collide with the second stage and then it's being held together with the docking port, then I don't need to worry about this. It's going to stay nice and strong because the docking ports will be clamping it together and the stages will be riding on top of each other. It basically makes it so it flies very similar to how a rocket structurally flies in real life. That should eliminate our pogo problems. I'm not 100% sure, but you know, you can't ever be 100% sure until you go and try it, right? So now here's the thing. You know, I have payload fairing, two docking ports, forward skirt, tank, aft skirt, and then we're going to have engines hanging on this, and then we're going to have the decoupler for the payload fairing down here, for the inner stage down here that I'm going to build on top of the SRB. That's a lot of parts in line on the hierarchy. Now what you can do is you can use auto struts, right? Auto struts should make this all kind of fit together, you know. If I grandparent strut this, it grandparent struts to that. If we grandparent strut the tank, it'll strut to the docking port. If I grandparent strut that docking port, it'll strut to the payload fairing. If we grandparent strut this, it'll also strut to the payload fairing because there's no part in front of it. Okay? That gives me a nice strong strut. But this is the problem that I had with Jebstone 4 in the Block 3 and the Block 2 configuration. Auto struts are all fine and dandy, but if you have auto struts on a line like this, anybody ever played Polybridge? What happens if you just make a line across? You know, you have a line and you connect one side of the bridge to the other. It's going to bend, right? It's going to bend. It's going to flex. We need to add some kind of reinforcement in here for this to work correctly. How do you make the connections between the docking ports strong? Same vessel interaction, 95. This forward protective shell, the forward skirt on my second stage here, has SVI on it, and so does the payload fairing. And I always make sure that when I place these docking ports, right before I place them together, if you look, I usually absolute snap. The reason why I absolute snap is if you look at this, there's a slight gap right there. See the gap? See what I'm talking about? That is not how the docking ports dock to each other. Right now, this is attached to one of the green and black balls of steel. See? It's node attached. The node attachment point is not the same as the docking port point. What this thing will do when this snaps together, when we dock it together, what it's going to do is something along the lines of this. When the things are in the dock position, I'm sure you've seen it, they have a slight overlap. Now what that ends up doing is clamping this thing, the payload fairing, to the forward skirt. It clamps them together. Just like if you had a screw and you put a screw between two flanges and you tighten that bolt down, it's going to sandwich them together. It literally does the same thing. This should keep this thing nice and strong. But the key is in the overlap. You always leave a little bit of space there by snapping it to absolute. And that will basically torque, it'll basically torque the forward skirt to the payload fairing when you go to attach these in mission mode. It's literally stronger than struts because it's using gliders. Gliders are stronger than struts. Right? The rocket will play Flappy Bird. That's right. No, Pines, you're right. You're absolutely right. That's what I do for rigidity. But see, that's rigidity between this. So we now you know that part's really strong, right? That this is not going to bend. It's going to be really, really strong. But the stage could still bend. Absolutely. Of course it could. So here's how I fix that problem. Fairing to fairing. We have grandparent strut, right? Grandparent strut will strut from one fairing to the other, right? So I'll show you exactly what that looks like if I shut off the struts here. So grandparent strut will strut one to the other. Pretty straightforward stuff. But that's just one strut. It's not triangulated. So as Pines is saying, it's going to do this. It's going to sag just like a bridge. This right here is once again why it causes oscillations. So here's what you do. Take struts in 3x symmetry like this, and you strut from one to the other like that. See what I'm talking about? Now, this is less likely to move because you have a central strut and then you have 3 regular struts backing it up right behind you. Now, you can get a little crazy with this if you really want to and do this. You can have them up here like this, and the game will understand that you did move these, and attachment point is relative with the struts. That will work like if I ran the strut from here to here. It'll work in the same way because that's all the same thing. So the tank isn't... You feeling okay? I am really, really sick. Well, actually, my voice is gone. I don't know why my voice is gone. I feel fine. I don't even have a runny nose. Just my voice is gone. It feels like I have strep throat without all the other symptoms of strep throat. No, it's not the Ronies. I checked. I'm very, very, very careful with that. Well, you sound great. Well, thank you. I'm trying not to put any strain on this because I need it. It's kind of important for my job. You know what I'm saying? More news at 11. So now, 95, you see what I did here, right? With same vessel collision. Does that make sense? You clamp these things together, which is essentially what you do when you bolt two things together. That's exactly what happens. So now this is where this gets a little strange. This is where this is going to get a little complicated. But essentially, it's the same exact thing as what we have going on down here. Okay? So, now, do rockets use engines for structure, chat? Do they use engines for structure? Hey, Quit. What's going on, man? How are you? Long time no see. Yes? Why would you use engines for structure? No. No. They absolutely don't. The engines are not part of the structure. Absolutely not. So, like, if we take a look at Falcon 9, for instance, let's go desktop, rocket research pictures, get out of here. Falcon research pictures. Old picture of Falcon is old. Would you use a rocket engine to hold your two stages together? No. The upper stage engine rides inside of a cylindric structural device. The cylindric structural device holds the two stages together, second stage and first stage. On Falcon 9, this black ring right here is called an interstage. I know. Fancy name. I tell you something, you know, it's called that because engineers aren't good at dealing with customers. Okay? Not good dealing with customers. So, the second stage engine is not part of the structure that holds these two things together, right? Now, don't get me wrong, the engines are attached to something strong because the engines are going to push, but they're not inline structure. Like down here, you have the octaweb, right? The octaweb is Falcon 9's thrust structure. It's the engine section for Falcon 9, that's what they call it. These engines are attached to a structural piece, but there's nothing pushing up on them. Rockets are attached to structural pieces. I should have worded that question better. But they're not inline structural, right? I'm a people person. I'm good at dealing with people. Don't you understand that? What the heck is wrong with you people? So, I want to emulate that, right? And we can do that. We can do that here. So, first thing I'm going to do is go in here and make sure that these fairings that are my interstage fairings are not staged. That would be too bad. Haven't been here in a long while. How's the truck project coming? Well, Quit. The truck is on hold right now. The reason why the truck is on hold, trust me, it's a good reason. It's a really good reason. The truck's on hold because I bought a house, and that house has a 30 by 40 by 20 garage in it with an office in the back, and that's where I'm streaming from right now. I'm working on getting the automotive stream set up, and I'm working on a solution here using NDI plugins to be able to switch to working in the shop pretty much seamlessly with no downtime on the stream. I worked on my automotive setup again today too. The old one from back in the day, if you watch the stream during the pandemic, right? I had the automotive stream, right? And it was a computer that I grafted to the side of a Husky toolbox. Well, let's just say I've been introducing some upgrades to it. Congrats on the house. Thanks, man. And this is inside my garage. It's a 30 by 40 by 20 construction, galvanized steel. It's got 50 amp service to it. The thing is hooked up, dude. So I have the double monitors out there on the auto stream now, and then I have the TV monitor there, just because. Nice keyboard. What switches? It's an IBM Model M. What switches? It has these switches in it, son. These switches. So, yeah, Quit. I've been working all up on that, getting the shop ready, cleaning everything up, because when I moved, I just kind of threw all the stuff from my parents' house and all the auto parts that I had, I just threw it in the garage. It's still pretty messy in there. That and I had to build this office, dude. Uh, the the back of the shop is a converted lean-to. It was a lean-to that was open, from what I can tell, that they closed. They closed in, the previous owner. And so it was pretty much unfurbished, right? So I came in here, I framed it, wired it with a licensed electrician. I didn't do the wiring. You know, I had a general contractor basically watching me do everything. So I went in here, I framed the thing, insulated it, drop ceiling. I have a drop ceiling over it. The drop ceiling has R30 insulation, R19 insulation on the walls. I did all the drywall. I painted everything. I put a rug down, and now I have this really nice office. It's a 12 by 12 office. It's really nice, corner office. It's great. I have no windows though. With the size of that TV, maybe rotate it to portrait and have it on chat so it's easy to read at a glance. I'm still trying to find a solution for the television, Tessa, but that's why it's there, to read chat. Yeah. I got to come up with some kind of mounting solution for it. But, yeah. The beam spring, really happy to see that. Thanks for sharing. Yeah, no problem, dude. So the 59 is in there, and the Coronet's outside, and the 97's outside. I have all my cars in one spot. I'm not paying anybody to store it. It's not just sitting in the back of my buddy's yard or whatever. All my cars are here. I'm on an acre with a big freaking garage. So once Bree and I kind of level out our finances from the fallout of moving, anybody that's moved knows what I'm talking about. Then we'll start doing routine auto streams through the winter. At least that's the idea. Yeah, so that's the toolbox. I worked on it today. I got the dual monitor set up, ready to go. IBM Model M. Yeah, and we should be able to stream from this sooner rather than later. Yeah, it's pretty sweet, man. It's a pretty good time. But yeah, that's the status of the truck. It's kind of on hold, but now I have a big freaking garage, so we can actually do all the work on the truck that I really couldn't do when it's sitting in the corner in a 2-car garage, you know? You sound great. Thank you. Excited for the return of those streams. Right on, man. Thank you. So, yeah, that's pretty much exactly how that went down, Poison. Yeah, you know, you didn't do that right. You didn't do that. You didn't do that right. Yeah, no, Poison, that keyboard is heavy. It's a heavy boy, that IBM. It's an original Model M. I'll show it to you. Everybody asked about it. Okay, so now we ran the struts between the fairings, right? And now we're triangulated. We have them running in 3x symmetry between the fairings, so this thing should be nice and strong. But on this side, right, I have struts that run from tank to docking port. That's not necessarily something we can emulate on this side. So we're going to have to come up with another solution. But here's the thing. So sorry I got sidetracked there. Is it structural because the fairing is collapsed onto the tank using same vessel collision? Okay, so yeah, 95, just to get me back into what I was talking about. So check this out. I gotta make sure that auto strut is re-enabled there. I miss the truck streams. I can't wait for them to come back. I like cars and trucks engine, but some folks can be super gatekeepy when you don't already know everything about everything. Oh, dude, the car community is the worst. Actually, the content people that are doing car content creation are the best, Aqua. It's just the peanut gallery. You think the peanut gallery is nasty when you're playing games? Peanut gallery is nasty when you're working on a car. It's pretty bad. So I find that the best course of action is not try not to teach people when you're working on this stuff, but try to just sit there and say, hey, I'm a novice. And then people tend to not be dicks about it. But all right, 95. I have same vessel collision enabled on that 1.8 fairing that's making up my forward skirt. And then I have same vessel collision on the payload fairing, the main payload fairing, right? So same vessel collision is only going to get you so far. In real life, what you have here is a torqued flange. Okay, so what does that mean? There's a lip on the top of the forward skirt, and then there's a lip on the bottom of the payload fairing, or the payload attachment fitting. Most PAFs have the housing for the fairing attached to them as well. I mean, it varies by rocket design. Some of them don't. Like on Atlas 500, the payload fairing attachment point is down at the inner stage, because on the 500 series, the second stage is riding inside of the payload fairing, right? So yeah, most of the time you have your forward skirt attached to payload fairing. So here's what I do. You can have the docking ports here, and this will work all fine and dandy. But here's the trick. The trick is those two docking ports. Now, if I just take a regular docking port up here, right? We take a regular one, and then we turn it, you know, say we wanted it in line. And then you take another one, and you attach it. There's going to be some degree of overlap. See the little Z fighting that's going on right there? See it? Between the two docking port flanges? Yeah. All right, cool. Here's my trick. If you take the second docking port, we'll make sure the first docking port is snapped to absolute, okay? That's always a key. And then take the second one and snap that to absolute as well. Now, if you look, there's a gap. See the seam? Now there's a gap between the docking ports. That's the key. That's torquing down the bolt for this thing, okay? So, when you go to dock two docking ports together, when you go to dock them together in, you know, outside of the SPH, there's going to be a significant degree of overlap. The docking ports really like to overlap each other by about that much. So when you dock two things together, that docking port overlap is literally going to clamp these two pieces together. It'll clamp them. They won't move because they're being pushed, they're being butted up against each other. So when I build this, if I build it with that seam, when we get out of the editor, right, and I go to put this rocket together inside of my, you know, on my own pad, etc., etc., when we go to dock those two things together, that docking port will stretch. It'll stretch and it'll pull the fairing. It'll try to pull the fairing into this thing, and it'll actually put tension on the docking ports. It'll stretch them a little bit. That physically, at like a level of physics, that is how a nut and a bolt works. It's how a nut and bolt works. When you tighten down a bolt, right, to hold something together, say you're tightening a head to an engine block or something, or you just need two things butted up against each other. When you tighten that bolt, the bolt stretches, and when it stretches, it butts the two pieces together. The key is how much tension do you want that bolt to be under? You put it into too much tension, it snaps.
Go at throttle up.
Right? Anybody that's ever worked on a rusty motor knows what I'm talking about. Persian knows what I'm talking about with the Tier 271. Surprised it doesn't crack it out. No, it should work just fine. Here, let me get rid of my rulers and I'll show you what I mean. Let me just make sure we have a probe core on this thing. Let me take this and push it out there. And we'll do a little bit of a test. Don't clip them into each other 95 when you build it in the SPH. Don't do that. Just make them attach to each other. When they dock, they'll clamp into each other. You'll torque it down. So, see, because now it's registering this as a dock. See what I'm talking about? It's not node attached, or else we'd have a decouple node here. It's docked. So those are literally they're butted against each other. They ain't moving. I don't know how I could show you this. Here, maybe with like hack grab or something. Like maybe a rock or something. See, even under 10 times the gravity, it still doesn't move. And right now what we're doing is we're putting compression load on those docking ports, right? We're putting compression load because we're pushing it on the top with gravity. With the hack gravity, you see it moving? It's not moving. That's really, really strong. I wish I could get it to like dip over or something, but yeah. So also we showed that our fairing separation works, which is good. There's zero spring. Yeah, of course. It's not like rebounding back. Nice. It's not rebounding back or anything. It makes it extremely strong. This is what I mean. This is one of the things that I figured out between when I originally built Gemstone 4 and now. And that's what I mean. That oscillation, because I just, attached it via decoupler, right? That oscillation is what's freaking out my guidance computer when I go to fly Gemstone 4 with kRPC, right? With my own ascent scripts. Right? Because how many times have you had something in KSP that's super noodly, you go to launch it and the whole thing accordions like this? That's not good. That's longitudinal pogo oscillation. That's the problem that the Saturn V had. Now, where do you put the engine? Now, where do you put the docking port in a stage that has an engine? That's what I was getting to. All right, so we have the docking port here. The docking port is strutted to the tank. Triangulated strut on the tank. Both of these struts are triangulated because I don't want the connection between the docking port and the fairing and the docking port and the forward skirt getting all screwed up. So, oscillates like a shake weight. Yes, the Saturn V was literally shake weighting itself up into orbit. The oscillations from the Saturn V, the pogo oscillations, got so bad that it almost destroyed Skylab on the way up. True story. You guys ever notice that Skylab has one solar panel? It has one solar panel. It was not designed to have one solar panel. SkyTlab. See? It has one deployable solar panel. It didn't launch with one deployable solar panel, let me tell you that. It had two. The Saturn V's oscillations were so ridiculously bad, it shook the other one off. The other one came off during ascent. True story. So that's why Skylab flew its whole mission with one solar panel on it. Yeah, the oscillations got so ridiculously bad on Saturn V that yeah, it almost destroyed the thing on the way up. We should send an expedition to find it, to find Skylab. Yeah, they're gonna be looking for a little while. Yeah, see, Skylab in the concept drawings was supposed to have two solar panels. No, the solar panel. Yeah, that's at the bottom of the ocean. Yeah, so much so that the Skylab 1 crew, if you guys want to read about something crazy, the Skylab 1 crew had to, like, rescue the station. They didn't just go up and everything was honky-dory. They had to go outside and they had to fix the thing. That was really, really, yeah, a lot of people don't know that. It also had a shower. Yeah. Yeah, there it is. I don't know, Tessa. Skylab burned up in the atmosphere. Yeah, it burned up, and then they wanted to boost it with the space shuttle, but the space shuttle wasn't ready in time, and it deorbited. It crashed into Australia. Fun fact, parts of it did come down in Australia, and the Australian government gave NASA a littering fine. True story. NASA didn't pay it. Didn't Apollo 6 suffer from the same problem? That's correct. Apollo 6 basically almost shook the payload off of the vehicle. Now, the reason why this pogo oscillation was happening wasn't necessarily because of structure. The reason why the pogo oscillation was happening is because the combustion instability in the first stage engines. Do me a favor if you're playing Kerbal right now. Take your favorite rocket, put it out on the pad, launch it, and then try to get it into space, tapping Z and X really, really fast. ZX, full throttle, no throttle, full throttle, no throttle, full throttle, no throttle, full throttle, no throttle. That's basically what the engines were doing. Long story short, they were having combustion instability because of how the fuel was atomizing inside of the F1's combustion chamber. It basically was not doing what they wanted it to do at all. So what they ended up doing, and what they had to do, is install baffling. They basically installed rudders on the F1's injector plate to get the propellants to get delivered in the right direction, or else it wouldn't have worked. And even then, Saturn V still was really, really susceptible to pogo oscillations. Once again, this goes back to a bigger thing, that rocket technology does not really scale very well. It doesn't scale very well. You can't just make a bigger rocket engine. This is why everybody nowadays runs clusters of engines. 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 Right? Everybody runs multiple engines because it's easier to make a smaller engine. It's harder to make, but you have to make a manufacturing line that can make engines, right? You got to be able to make a lot of them if you're going to make smaller engines. But if you try to opt for less engines and try to make the rocket engine bigger, you don't need to build as many of the motors, but now you have to solve the problem of trying to, you know, deliver more fuel in the oxidizer. That's part of the reason why the injector plate design on the F1 was, they needed to retrofit it because it wasn't very good. You don't just build a bigger rocket engine, right? Like that's not really how that works. Long story short, the easy way to explain that is this: if you want a bigger rocket engine, you're going to need
Discovery, go at throttle
you're
up.
basically trying to fill an explosion in a much bigger area. It's harder to make a bigger explosion in a bigger volume, right? You know, the way oxidizer and fuel deflagrate is agnostic to rocket size. They're always going to blow up in the same way. You're always going to need the same amount of liquid fuel and oxidizer to combine and blow up. That doesn't matter how big the rocket engine is, because you're not beating atomic scale here, right? Like, the atoms don't get bigger just because you made a bigger rocket engine. No, that's not how that works at all, right? That's like saying, oh, just build a bigger airplane, it'll generate twice as much lift. It's not really how that works. The medium in which it flies through isn't really. So, the Saturn V engines are about as big as you're going to see a liquid fuel engine. Liquid fuel oxidizer. Like, I always like to tell people that F1s are about as close to an SRB in liquid form that you can get. Because physics says you can't make it that much bigger. Now, the reason why you can't make it that much bigger is because turbo pumps. The turbine technology at the time just wasn't there. Could you try to make a bigger one today? Yeah, sure. You still have physics problems that you have to overcome, but manufacturing might be able to make up for that, right? It wasn't an injector plate issue. Yes, it was, Aqualex. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it was. But, you know, that's fine. Anyway, let's get back to building. Let me see your link first. Hello, Myth. How are you? Yeah, Creeper, there you go. This is not complete, Aqualex. This is not complete. I know your quick Google search brought this up, but that's not actually the whole problem. That's not the whole problem at all. It is the injector plate. I can say that with pretty damn reasonable confidence. Yeah, Caveman. I feel fine. It's just my voice is all screwed up. But yeah, it's interesting because that's like right off of NASA's blogs, but that's not the full story. That's not the full story at all. That's not what this is. Interesting. Anyway, let's keep going. So, you want to know how to get the rocket engines mounted. So here's another trick that I do. So, we need to make a thrust structure here. Now, on Jebstone 4, I believe I was using 2 skiff motors. The skiff motors are good motors. Chamber pressure oscillates at a natural frequency with combustion. The flow resistance through the ejector plate was too low, and those oscillations in combustion did not form a naturally dampening system. Backflow and boom boom. Interesting. Yeah, no, pray. Like, I'm not saying that what that says is wrong, but that's because of cavitation on the injector plate, like in the combustion chamber. That's one of the problems that needed to be solved. But yeah, interesting. It's interesting that they wouldn't mention that in a NASA article. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I mean, long story short, it's like if you flew a vessel in KSP like a really tall rocket and you just hit ZX, 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 ZX to try and get the thing to fly, the thing would just accordion. It would be going like this, and that almost that like Saturn V was like just on the verge of working. It just got it right. So let's go from here. So I have this. Now these are just those right there. What I just did was just a radial mount. It was just a radial mount to the orange tank. Now that works all fine and dandy, but here's where hierarchically you're gonna mess with this a little bit. So first thing I want to do, like, do we want to keep using the skiff engines? I think we should. I don't think I need to put anything else on here. The only other thing that I could really think of would be putting a skipper in here, right? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, see, that makes sense. So, we could put a skipper in here if we really wanted to. What's the benefits
Discovery,
versus
go at throttle up.
not? So, let's just look at mass first. So, 2 skiff engines is 1.6 tons, which is okay. Hey, Wasner. 40 month resub. 40. Thanks, man. So, skiff. Kiff, inform the men. So that makes, you know, it's 240. So it's going to be operating vacuum. So we got 600 kilonewtons of thrust at 330 seconds specific impulse, because we're talking about second stage engines. We have an extra 200 kilograms of mass here with 2 of these engines, and a little bit less thrust, but we have higher specific impulse. Let me check something. So let's take this, take that engine, and then fill this up, right? And let's, just for the heck of it, let's take 18 tons of whatever, right, of payload, right? Let's take 18 tons of payload, zip that out, and just put it here, lock out the fuel load so it doesn't get taken into account here. Fill that up, and set our Delta V vessel tools to vacuum. Now, what happens if we put 2 of these on here? What kind of Delta V is it going to read? Right, let's just put 2 of them on there. Note that I'm attaching it to the external tank, or the tank this time, not the ET. So just get the skiff off there for a moment. We got 0.94 TWR at 2,500 meters a second specific impulse. That's more or less what we have. Okay. Not bad. 2592. Okay. We have 195 second burn. Alright, now let's take this and we'll put this on there. And it is attached to the fairing, but I don't think that's going to change too much stuff here.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
So that's 2544 with a slightly higher EWR. I actually think that the skipper is probably a better solution here, just like it is with the MLV. I'm going to make this version of Jebstone with a single skipper upper stage. We are taking a little bit of a hit. We are taking a little bit of a hit on specific impulse, but it only really comes out to 50 delta V. The reason why it comes out to 50 delta V is because we're 200 kilograms. We're 200 kilograms lighter with this configuration. That allows me to put more stuff. I can put more things on the second stage, and we will have a slightly increased payload capacity. That and Jebstone 4 is designed to reuse its second stage. Not necessarily reuse. It's designed to recover not the second stage. It's designed to recover the first stage. It's designed to recover it because it's an SRB, and the SRB can, you know, parachute down like the shuttles did. That was the whole idea. TWR at 2592 at 0.98 TWR says 2544 at 1.02. Yeah, I think this is a better application for a second stage motor. So I'm going to stick with this. What about double skipper upper stage? That's not going to give us more delta V, that's for sure. How does Blue want to recover their upper stages? As far as I can tell, RJ, they want to make something analogous to Starship. I'm not sure it's going to be the exact same, but it's analogous, whatever that means. Carefully. Yep, indeed. Moi moi. You have the flu again? I don't know what I have. I know that I don't have any voice Visac, but that's about it. Eve paeve. Terve. Oh, terve. I am not not doing pretty well, right? Not doing well. But, yeah, ASMR EJ. That's right, you like that? I don't know if I got the flu. I don't really feel sick. I just don't have any voice. It's just straight laryngitis, which is weird. I don't like having my TWR below 1.15 myself. It makes the rocket stay down low for too long with high drag, too high drag for your liking. If you increase the total impulse of your first stage, Tessa, you can actually make a lower TWR upper stage. Basically have the first stage really get out of the hole quick, but you're swapping, you have to make the first stage basically brute force itself through the atmosphere, right? Hey, Stuart. That's usually what real rockets do. That's why they throttle down for max Q, because they want to have more energy in the first stage. Falcon 9 does this. The Block 5 versions of Falcon 9 actually end up having more delta V than previous iterations, despite not having a higher specific impulse. They give it higher TWR, and the first stage is more delta V. I know it sounds strange, but that's basically what it is. So you can opt for you can opt for a lower TWR second stage. You just have to increase your total impulse on first stage. How much does max Q affect rockets in KSP? It will move it. Force. How's the construction of the rocket going? Going just fine. So, all right, 95. I don't know if you're still here. You asked, you know, how are you gonna do this? Well, obviously, I don't want this in the way. Rockets are not structural. Rockets ride around inside of a PLF, or they ride around inside of an interstage, right? Let me see if I can find a picture of what I'm talking about. There's a rare shot of Falcon 9 payload. Oh, mama. So that basically they're not tied into the structure. They push on structural stuff, but they're not part of the structure. You don't have this thing holding the... You don't have the rocket as a structural piece between your... Like on your interstage, for instance, right? The second stage engine is riding around inside of a cylindric fairing, basically. We can do the same thing here. We can hang our second stage engines. That'll actually make it stronger. So here's what we do. I need a decoupler, first and foremost. We're going to need a decoupler. We got to make sure the decoupler is facing the right way. And then we're going to attach the decoupler directly to that fairing. Okay? It's attached directly to the fairing. And then what we do is I take another one of the docking ports, right? We turn it around. That's upside down. We turn that thing around and we attach it here. So now what we're going to do... Gotta mess with this a little bit. Now what we're gonna do is attach another docking port here, and once again, I'm gonna take this and we're gonna do that. Now I have to figure out. Sorry, guys. I have to figure out, where I want my attachment point to be, because this is going to be riding inside at the bottom of the inner stage. What I'm aiming for... What I'm aiming for is to have that docking port right here, riding inside of my first stage, inner stage, right? Because the first stage, inner stage is going to be made out of a fairing. The fairing is going to be attached to a fuel tank, or in this case, our SRB. It's going to be attached to the SRB. You got to make sure it's attached the right way, right? So that docking port needs to be down here, and the second stage engine is basically riding inside of it. So we don't have a place to attach. How are we going to attach? Take the fairing and turn on interstage nodes, and then attach the engine to the interstage nodes. Turn off truss structure, right? Now move this back in. Move this back in where you want it. Dunsies. Easy peasy, right? Now, now if we take our rocket engine and we set it to grandparent part, you get a free strut here. It's a free strut for you, Jim. You get a free auto strut. The auto strut is now strutting to the tank. So the connection between the engine and the tank are going to be very, very strong. And that's ideally what you need for your thrust structure, right? You can go so far now as to, if you really want to get fancy with this thing, you want to get very fancy, you take your fairing, right? And how did we triangulate? We triangulated with in a 3x with one strut at, with the main strut at 12 o'clock. So now let's go down here, right? Take this, put this in 3x symmetry, and now run that to the rocket motor. Now you have 3 struts to the rocket motor, and this is strutting payload fairing, right? It's strutting the PLF, or the aft skirt, right, of the rocket to the engine. So now you take this, you turn that strut this way, just make it look nice, right? And then you take your rocket engine and you move your rocket engine basically where you want it. I want it so it looks like the ring is touching the tank, so it looks like the engine is structural, right? And then you take this, and then you just move the struts into position. So now my second stage rocket engine is basically it's attached to the fairing, right? But it's grandparent strutted to the tank. We can get rid of the fuel in the tank for now. But it's grandparent strutted to the tank, right? Because it's grandparent strutted to the tank, now it's pushing on the fairing and also pushing on the tank instead of pushing on the fairing, which is pushing on the tank too. The whole tying that all in together is going to be nice. And now I don't need to worry about this rocket engine kind of moving around or anything under load, because it's also radially strutted to the aft skirt. So it's not going to move this way, it's not going to move that way, and it's not going to move forward and back. See what I mean? Yeah, you're paying for some extra parts here, but this thing, you know, is never going to move. It's not moving. That thing will not drift. It won't do anything. It'll stay right where it is. See what I mean? Now, the other thing on top of that is my second stage attachment point, or down to the first stage attachment point right here. Now that is this decoupler now. If I grandparent strut that, it's also strutted to the tank here. And then if I take the docking port, and we make sure that's absolute snapped. You take the docking port, you auto strut the docking port. Now the docking port is strutted also to the fairing. And we got to remember, we take this fairing, same vessel interaction is already on. Now take this, take that clampetron port. This is the start of our first stage. Take that, grandparent strut it. Now that's strutted to the decoupler. Now you got to make sure that there's that gap in there. And now we can start working on the first stage. Did the mod for today get hosed? I don't think so, but I'm still trying to figure out what music is muting at Dead Crew. So I don't have any music going for this VOD, because I don't feel like redoing this. And this is for a disposable first stage design? No. It's for a disposable second stage. The disposable first stage, the first stage, if you can get it back to the launch site somehow, right? And now this is an SRB, right? It's an SRB. But if you're using a liquid fuel thing and you boosted it back and landed, right? boosted it back and landed at the launch site, it has a docking port. So now you could reuse it if you can get another payload fairing and second stage attached to the top. Second stage is disposable in this design. But if you wanted to do something reusable, you wanted to make something reusable, you want to make like a starship, you want to make the starship reintegratable, right? So you could get fancy and go back to using skiffs, or you could put your docking port inline up here. Because remember, all this thing is doing is clamping this together. It's clamping the non-existent fairing together like this. So what you can do is get rid of that decoupler and then just put docking ports here to dock these together, and then using kRPC or an action group or whatever, initiate the undocking that way. Now, don't get me wrong. Doing that might not clamp it exactly how you think because it's biased to one side now, but that will work. It does work. So we got to move this back. I want that riding at the bottom of where my interstate should be. Have you done any programming today? Got to build this new vehicle to make sure it's working with the programming correctly, 7 stars. I went back and watched the VODs of us trying to get Jebstone 4 working before and trying to get it to turn correctly. I noticed that the whole vehicle is basically doing this, and that's confusing the autopilot. So I'm going back and I'm building Jebstone 4 with modern building techniques, my modern building strategies, like how I engineered the Nugget for the suborbital flight. I'm building Jebstone 4 to be optimized for the guidance code that we're going to make. Hey, Podry. You know, you can set music when it plays live, but don't get added to the VOD, and consequently never gets detected. Yeah, Caveman, I understand, but I also don't really remember the part where I said I need help figuring that out. I understand, you're just trying to be helpful. I get it. I don't need help. I got it. Yeah, just... I gotta figure out which one it is, dude. I don't care about stemming the VODs or anything like that, or mixing other tracks or whatever. I don't... no. Nope. Not interested. I'm saying yes. I'm at a restaurant and I'm saying, yeah, I want the veal scallopini, and you say, oh, the bathroom's over there. I'm like, that. I didn't realize that that's what I wanted. You know what I'm saying? I want the veal scallopini. I want the shorticini Alfredo. A bottle of fettuccine in 1981. The only thing we serve is tongue. You boys like tongue? Your voice sounds lower than usual. Did you get replaced by the Terminator? Yeah. Yeah, I did. Cursed rocket of the day. SLS-4 Heavy. Hmm? Oh, that's not cursed. That's money. I want that. Yeah, that's pretty sweet. Not enough thrust, though. You would need 6 Delta 4 cores. Yeah, you would need... Well, let me just do the math out. No, you would need 12 Delta 4 cores. R68s... Actually, R68s produce almost 300 kilonewtons of thrust. The SRBs that are... The 5-segment SRBs produce 14,000 kilonewtons. So that means you would need 2 Delta 4 heavies strapped to the side. So yeah, 6 boosters. Yeah, you would need 6 R68s. Actually, the right way to do this would be to make SLS heavy. So, you take another SLS core, put it over here. Take another SLS core, put it over here. And then put 4 R68s down on either side. SLS heavy. 4 R68s in each booster. 8 R68s total. And then 4 RS25s on the center engine. That would be nuts. That also really wouldn't work. And also, why are you using RS-68s next to RS-25s? That makes no sense. I low-key like it, man. It's pretty cool. Alright. Just to, yeah, I mean, you'd need 2 Delta IV Heavies kind of strapped to the side of that thing. Actually, probably, yeah, no, it's 300. Yeah, actually more than that. Sorry, I did my math wrong. But anyway. Let's, do I hear a deep voice? No, you're just having a strunk. Call the Bondulins. Call the Bondulins. Bames non stronking the Bangalong. Call the Banger. How's kRPC doing? I need to remake Jebstone 4, drummer, to make sure that it works correctly, because the hardware was causing my software to wonk out, and I realized it's just because this is an old design and it's not really made exactly correct. Watching you play this game gives me so much inspiration on things to do. Yeah, hey, no problem, Lewis. I'm glad you like it. That's the reason why. I went back in. I could have just sat here and built this out, but I'm showing you guys kind of how you really want to put a rocket together. This is going to mimic, more or less, I guess as good as Kerbal can do this. It's going to mimic how a real rocket flies, structurally. Kerbal can handle the flight simulation pretty well. But the structural is something weird. It's always been, add more struts or add more boosters, right? I'm trying to show people that you can get it right the first time. That's no problem. Just got to understand how parts go together and stuff. But yeah, I'm glad you're doing something with that information. Happy. I've spent way too much time sitting here engineering launch vehicles to not get this right, you know what I mean? Alright, so I'm gonna put one of those things there. Put another ruler there, put another ruler there. So we're gonna attach those to the docking port. And I basically need these rulers to mark where the start and the finish is. So I want to close the inner stage, obviously, on the forward skirt. That. Right, we got to make sure that that's in the right spot. Just like that. Perfect. Now remember, we offset with the docking port, so you don't need to overlap anything here. Now the second ruler, I want to be where the bottom of the inner stage is. And we said that we wanted the docking ports to basically be at the bottom. Now, I need space to run some struts here to make sure that this thing, we got to do something along the lines of that right there. So I put this here and make sure that we leave a little bit of space. You must leave the space. Okay. So now let's build out what we want down here. I do believe with Jebstone, I was doing something like this. So make sure you shut off interstage nodes on this fairing here so you don't attach to the wrong thing. And then I want the fairing attached there. Right? And then we're going to move the fairing back. And I believe what I did with this was use one of these. I needed it's a 375 to 2.5 adapter. So I believe we did, I believe you have my stapler. We did that. That doesn't need fuel in it. It's being used as an interstage. And then what we did was we took the Clydesdale and we attached Clydesdale down there. What about Atlas V, but the first stage is a Delta IV CBC? You'd crush the CBC. You'd crush that Centaur stage, Creeper. You'd need something like Atlas V 500. What's kRPC? kRPC is an API that allows you to code guidance systems and write code for your spacecraft in KSP beings. I'm redesigning one of my older vehicle designs for kRPC. Yeah, I'm basically giving it a quick update here so I can show, so we can basically build something really cool. This actually might work. So if we strut from there to there, that means SRB is attached to fairing. And then if we strut here to here, the ATDP adapter is attached to docking port. And then if I strut, grandparent strut fairing, this is attached to second stage disposable docking port. So it's just a moderate quality of life thing. You'll code it to land? Not this one, because it's got an SRB at the front. But yeah, I've built rockets for later that I want to design to code with, you know. Alright, so... let me think about how this is all going to go together. Like, if I write code behangs, I could automate an ascent, or I can automate a landing or something. I also have a bunch of visual mods in here, but I don't... the core gameplay of KSP is not really affected, and that's on purpose. Alright, so now we're going to take that, set the mouse over. Right. Let me take the two docking ports, and we should move them back into position. Now 9.5, if we did this right, these now the aft skirt on the second stage and the inner stage for the SRB for the first stage is going to be butting up against each other. We have same vessel interaction going on here. See what I'm talking about? And then if I set that to 4, their geometry is even the same. And now we can take this, the cup piece for the adapter, and we should be able to move that right into position. Looks like we may have left a gap here. Hold on 1 second. Yeah. Why doesn't building fairings like that produce drag? This feels like a docuseries ASMR rocket building stream today. What's the difference between using a coupler and a docking port? In this particular design, I have the docking ports there to clamp the stages together. The decoupler is there to separate them when we need to. Think of this like the attachment point, and that's the actual separator. You could use a docking port and you could stage it if you really wanted to. Sure. That would eliminate one bar in the hierarchy. That could work. But since my second stages are completely... the second stage in this design is not reusable. And you build, why don't you do C to the fine control movement of parts instead of the grid system? I'm aligning the parts on the absolute axis so every part is equidistantly spaced from each other nuclear. Okay, so it looks like I need to remake this fairing slightly. Just a slight remake. So let's go back here. Move the docking port back. This, right? And then delete the fairing and then rebuild it. If I rebuild it and we have it snap. Oh, come on, man. We have it snap here to there, like this. Then we lock in like. Boom. Then we terminate the. There we go. Now, when I go to attach this, yeah, seamless, near seamless transition. There's still a little bit of thing there. That's okay. So now they're butted up against each other. See what I mean? Much stronger. Now, what you can do, this still kind of rides around a little bit. You could put hybrid tech in here for alignment, and you could put little Kraken bearings in on the inner stage to hold it in place.
Discovery,
then it won't move.
throttle up.
Which is actually, that's a pretty smart way of doing that. But now we can get rid of the rulers, we can get rid of that, we can get rid of that. Now we got to start making parts for this thing. Hey, Core. 53-month resub. Coltec, how you doing, buddy? All right. So, see? Nice and strong. Will the auto strut go through the whole rocket now? Yeah, of course. Auto struts are basically going through the whole thing. But, here, if you look, the auto struts are only following one line. You gotta make sure you get around that. And that's what I'm going to do here with the structure on this stage. What we're going to do is go in here.
Discovery,
Go to the
go
auto
at
struts.
throttle
You
up.
know the auto struts are just on one. Hey, Sitherly, tier 2, 31-month resub. Thanks, bud. I appreciate that. All right, so the auto struts are only going on one line. You know that. Now, we can attach to the ADTP here, right? Because we can highlight it. So what I'm going to do, how did we attach those struts there? That's at the 6 o'clock position. So now I can take 3x strut here, and we'll go 3x strut to the docking port, like that. And now my docking port is triangulated on the fuel tank here that's riding as an adapter. Now, we could have made the adapter out of a fairing if we really wanted to as well, but that, now we'd have to forego some of the structure. Now, here's a cool trick that you can do for your first stage, okay? Let me just move these in and make sure that these are pretty much as square as they can be. Once again, I always like messing with the struts, and I like placing them and fine-tuning them myself, like this. I'll turn it to make them facing each other. This is how I know I placed these struts. It's a good reminder. It's just like leaving yourself documentation with code. You know that you placed it there because the game wouldn't place it there like that by default. See? There you go. No, those are my struts. Now, if you notice, I took the Clydesdale and I clipped it a little bit. It's just partially clipped inside. Like, if I just straight attached it, it'd be right there. But if you take this and you just kind of move it in just a little bit, now you can do the same thing here. Watch this. You take the Clydesdale, right? And you know you're attached to it. And you should be able to take these struts, got them, and then attach those to the fairing. See what I'm doing here? You take those and you attach them to the fairing, and then you run these out until to the edges of the fairing like this, and now you have a conic structural design. This is auto-strutted to the fairing, but it's also on a triangulated strut. And if you wanted to get really fancy with it, like super fancy, you could strut in 3x Sim from the fairing to the booster, but I don't think we'd need that. Right? Is Kerbal Space Program realistic? It's good enough to get the point across, dude. It's like how Haji. It's like playing iRacing. You play iRacing, you're not going to be a professional race car driver, but it'll certainly push you in the right direction. You know what I mean? So, now we have a good baseline for the rocket. This is Jebstone 4, Block 4. So, we have a good baseline for how this thing should work. And now, this should all go together. It should be pretty easy. But, we're not done here. This thing has no roll control at all. There's no roll control in either the first nor second stage, because I have a single engine here and a single engine there now. So we're gonna have to put systems in to make it do that. Here's what we'll do. We'll go down in here like this. Move this out, and then we also got to make sure that SVI is on that part. Okay, cool. So there's my interstage, right? We have our interstage, we have our cup adapter, and then we have our Clydesdale booster. How goes it? Yeah, it goes good, Adina-san. How are you? And, you know, somebody asked if this creates drag. It will. But also, with this design, your engine is now occluded. Anything that you put in here, your decouplers are all occluded. And then what it does is it just transmits that down the stack. It transmits it down the stack. So drag gets imparted on the vehicle at the bottom. This actually hierarchically makes the vehicles fly a little bit more like they should. So we'll start up here with this. So I'm trying to do this quick. I had a really nice custom tailored thrust system here for the second stage before, but you know, what we'll do is we'll attach 2 of these in radial to here, and honestly, with this, just push them back and push them down like that, and make it look like they're, for whatever reason, I don't know why they would be, attached here. Now, the other way that I did that is giving them a truss system. So one thing that you can do here is if you take these, right, take the girder segments and then move the girder segments out and then move them down into position and just angle them a little bit. Actually, attach them straight like this. Take this right here and go in there like that and then move it so it aligns. And then now you can still select the tank there if you really want to. You can grandparent strut it. So now it's strutted to the fairing, and now these structural connections are strutted to the tank. And then you just take it and kind of tilt it down if you want to give it like a Centaur vibe or something. Now, if you want to put the RCS in here like the Centaur, it's not really going to work too well because the RCS it won't be able to figure out that it's inside of a fairing, and now it's not inside of a fairing anymore. So what we can do is take the thrust blocks. We want the big ones. Put them in 2x mirror, right? And then do something like this. There we go. And notice that I'm just putting it on the outside here because, yeah, I don't want it to be inside of the fairing. I don't want it to try and be like, oh, it's inside of the fairing. It's not inside of the fairing. I know this will work. So note that I'm adding 2. I'll tell you why I'm adding 2 in a second. Good to know, Aquex. Thank you. I lost my train of thought. Alright. I don't understand what the second block thruster is used for. Yeah, okay. I'm getting to it right here. Okay, so the reason why I have 2 is... Alright, so... yaw, pitch, and roll, essentially. 95. So... if I had one here, and we looked at its actuation toggles, and we set it to YPR, and we can disable port starboard fore aft, like that's obviously useless. These are just control thrusters. So check this out. These things here, I don't like binding up 2 control systems, okay? So if I set this one to yaw and to pitch, if I was trying to get the stage to yaw and pitch at the same time, what would it do? It would gimbal lock the control system because it's trying to do yaw and pitch, or yaw or pitch would take the precedent, and it would either just roll it or just yaw or just pitch. With this, what I like to do here is set that one to pitch and roll. Actually, this one, it's what I just said, except not pitch and yaw, pitch and roll. So this one would be set to pitch because it's further back. So shut off roll there, and then shut off pitch there. That makes it so I have 2 thrusters. 2 thrusters here are for yaw. 2 thrusters are for pitch. 2 thrusters are for roll. So I'm never trying to pitch and roll with the same thruster. Does that make sense? My question is, why not have the second RCS? You could do that if you really wanted to. Sure, why not? That'll do the same thing. Yeah. Yeah, you could do that way. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you could do it this way if you really wanted to. That one would... Oh, I have that one set for yaw. Though those ones can be for roll. Those ones can be... That one can be for pitch and yaw. This also makes it... Oh, that's why. It's so I have 2 thrusters every time. That's why I did this. Oh, no. That doesn't matter. You can do it either way. I mean, this one will give you a slightly more yaw control, but yeah, I have 2 thrusters on either, or 1 thruster on either side for pitch, 1 thruster on either side for yaw, and 1 thruster on either side for roll. You can do it this way. You have a little bit more yaw control if you do that way, but yeah, you could do this. That'll work just fine. Any space news planned for today? I don't, we could, if you wanted to. Now, what I'm going to do here is... Oh. You sound like I feel. I hope you feel better. Thanks, man. Yeah, I'll be alright. Okay. We got to be careful, because it might register this as being inside of the fairing, but yeah. The further back you have your pitch, the more moment you're going to have when you try to control this thing. So that's our second stage roll figured out. Now we got to do the same thing for the first stage. What I did on previous versions of this is I had Vernier Thrusters here. The Vernier Thrusters are there because they have a lot of thrust. Now you can't do a 6-block Vernier Thruster, right? So that could be an issue. So what we'll do... The reason why I'm using the Vernier Thrusters is because they have, well, more thrust. It'll be easier to roll the vehicle when we do that. So I had these tanks in here. I had one of these. We could use that. That really would be more than enough. Balls. Actually, just one. One would be fine, and it's a small tank that's not too far off the main line of this. So. It has balls now. No, it doesn't. So note that I attached it to the ADTP tank 95. So now if I grandparent strut it, it'll strut itself to the fairing, which actually will make this nice and strong. So now I'm going to need thrusters to make this work. So let's go radial, right? And then we want to do this. The real Ares 1 actually had something very similar to this. You know, like maybe we could blend it in. You could not look like Dookie. Make it not look like I just have 2 thrusters sticking out the side. Yeah, we got to be careful. That might cause it to not do things that are correct to do. Use snap off. No. I don't want to do that. The reason why is when I go to place the second one pass well, I don't want them to be misaligned. I know for a fact that they'll be aligned because it's snapped on an absolute axis. If I take this, right? We do that, and we snap it absolute, and then we tilt it up 1, and then we go back to absolute snapping it. Perfectly aligned. See? Now we're right in line. And now what we're going to do with these is take them and set their only actuation toggle to roll. That's it. And because I did this in 2x radial symmetry, right? Now I have another set down there. And because this is a solid rocket booster, they will pick up naturally from that fuel tank right there. And if we go in here and I select the docking port and I disable the crossfeed on here, I disable the crossfeed here, and just for triple redundancy, because we can, you disable the crossfeed there. Now I don't have to worry about it. Now that will absolutely just pull fuel from the RCS, and that's it. See? Easy peasy. The other thing that we need to do is got to start putting parachutes on this thing. The other thing that you could have done if you want to be trick is just put some fuel in here. But the lowest setting on the ADTP tank is 135, 165. And that's way too much. That's way too much extra mass. We only need this much. It's only going to roll for a second. So, yeah, that'll work. This will work very nicely. The other thing that I did with this is I added a probe core to it. We don't need anything particularly special. We just... need a probe core here. So, one-time sim, right? Attach this, hit absolute like that. And then take a probe core. Now keep in mind, probe core is going to be inside of the fairing. It's all going to be occluded. This should all work right. I mean, we're probably going to have the fairing like blow up on us or something for the first time, but it's just kind of how it is. And if I rotate that back into position, now it's in line with the rest of the probes. What's the reason for joining both the stages with the docking port? It's my clamping force, Jazos. It's a clamping force. That in this stage is designed to be put together. I could put this stage together outside of the VAB if I wanted to with a crane. Yeah. And the docking ports, when they dock to each other, they stretch, they actually move towards each other, and that actually clamps the thing structurally together. I have same vessel collision on my inner stage here, and same vessel collision on my aft skirt on the second stage. So it'll actually clamp them together on the way up and make the thing extremely strong. This thing should not move around unless I missed a strut somewhere. I mean, I don't know. This worked with MLV. But, yeah, there you go. That's, I think that's all the systems that I had for Jebstone. I mean, we can go back in here and put the trim tabs in that I had on Jebstone 4. The trim tabs are for reuse purposes. It basically turns the entire thing into an air brake. When the first stage is coming back down, these things, the trim tabs are basically there to make sure that they're basically there to make sure that the thing actually kind of tries to drift during re-entry, and it turns the entire booster into a gigantic air brake. This is the reason why when the SRBs separate on the space shuttle, they kind of tumble, but they kind of don't. It's a very slow tumble. Here, actually, the rocket that this rocket is based off of, Ares 1X, shows exactly what I'm talking about. They try to get the first stage to tumble, and when it's tumbling through re-entry, it actually slows itself down. It turns into a giant speed brake.
6, 5,
And I just
4,
want to watch Ares.
3, 2, 1. And ignition and liftoff of Ares 1X. Testing concepts for the future of new rocket design.
Broomstick. The chadliest of the chadliest rockets. Look at that thing. What a freaking absolute S-tier launch vehicle.
Altitude now 2 miles. pressure now tapering off as designed. The vehicle is aligned itself with the planned trajectory. We passed Mach 1 and we're now passing Max Q. We have our Max Q system ID maneuver PTI engaged. Now passing Mach 2. Vehicle now 10 miles altitude, downrange distance 8 miles, and a velocity of 1,540 miles per hour. Plus 80 seconds, we've started our supersonic large amplitude ID maneuver PTI. We see the response.
Now, how expensive do you think it would be to build this now? Knowing that we have 5 segment boosters qualified, and the LAS is working, the ESM works, Orion's good to go. Like, how much you think? You know, like, I'd be curious. I'd be curious to see if we could make, like, we should be able to make this.
And we started the last PTI maneuver, structural mode
Actually, you
ID.
can see some slight lateral oscillation in the
T plus
SRB.
105 seconds. Vehicle's now traveling Mach
1
4,
billion
20
somehow.
miles altitude, downrange distance 32 miles.
Rockets
The,
are expensive.
SRM
Josh,
tail off
don't
is
let anybody
observed.
tell you anything different.
Burnout.
Okay, watch. It's gonna tumble the first
Our
stage.
APUs have shut
And
down.
for what it's worth, it's gonna tumble the second stage too. But
CRDs have shut down. BDM fire. And SEP. We show a SEP and a tumble motor ignition.
see, they
can
do
also
that with
confirm
the
on
SRBs.
video.
They're gonna do it with SLS. They did it with the shuttle. They initiate a very, very short roll, a very, very low RPM roll to get the thing to basically air brake itself when it came back down.
We see both parts of the vehicle tumbling, the first stage as well as the upper stage. Successful separation. Good clean signal.
Is that solid or liquid fuel? Looks pretty dirty for liquid. Blood Demon, this is Ares 1X. Ares 1X is a rocket that NASA was going to make, but the program got canceled. What Ares 1X is it's basically a one of SLS's side boosters with a hydrogen upper stage on top of it in Orion. It's basically designed to just get Orion into low Earth orbit. Now, the reason why they canceled it is because they replaced it with Commercial Crew, or at least said they replaced it with Commercial Crew, which is, put an asterisk next to that. At the time, they didn't really see the need for NASA to launch into low Earth orbit if they were going to try to go to the moon, so they axed the design. But it actually is pretty damn smart. It's just a single SRB. That one of these SRBs, has probably about 130% of the thrust of like a Falcon 9 first stage. Yeah, this thing is pushing out, like a 5 segment like this would be pushing out about 14,000 kilonewtons. Falcon 9 for the most part is about 9 to 10,000 kilonewtons. So this thing's a full 33% more thrust. I mean, this thing was chonky. And what they were going to do is put a hydrogen second stage in it. They're basically gonna make, like, for the most part, a bigger Centaur stage here, a 5-meter Centaur. Kind of what ULA is doing right now, but it's not gonna be. It wasn't a Centaur. It wasn't balloon tanks. It's more like a Delta IV CBC, and then an Orion on top. They axed this design because they were like, why do we need this if, you know, SpaceX is building Dragon and Falcon 9 and ULA is launching Starliner on Atlas. They said we don't need something like this. Would a 5-segment SRB with an ICPS work for remaking Ares 1? Not enough TWR in the second stage short line. That's the big problem. Jokes aside, I wish they actually finished this thing. Should have made it alongside the shuttle in the 80s. Seconded. I don't think it'd be super cheap. You got to develop a second stage. They probably wouldn't be able to start from where they left off. Yeah. Yeah, I hear you. And it would be useful. You think popping the EUS and Orion on top of a 5-segment booster, even though there's a diameter mismatch? I mean, Aqualix, it would look strange. It would look like a hammer. But, yeah, that could work. The only thing I'd be like, about is the second stage TWR. The EUS is really designed to be a true upper stage engine, right? Using the EUS like that as a second stage engine, like a dedicated second stage engine, I don't think it has the balls to be able to put it up there. And by balls, I mean thrust. You need, so like, okay, I look at something like this. This was supposed to have a J2X in the second stage. Remember that motor? That motor that we bid on, you know, on Gov Auction, right? The real one, the air, you know, J2X serial number 1. That's the motor that was supposed to be in the second stage. This one's flying with a dud second stage in it right now. This is just a mass simulator, right? Loft it like Centaur. I mean, I don't see why it couldn't work, but you got to remember, you're pushing 25 tons of Apollo, or not Apollo, of Orion on top. So TWR is TWR, you know what I'm saying? You need a more powerful second stage. So, you know what would work? You know what would work with this? New Glen's upper stage with the twin BE3s. Twin BE3U tap or expander cycles, not tap off. That would work. That would give you the thrust that you need. The only reason why I can do that math off the top of my head and I know is because J2X is supposed to have 1,000 kilonewtons of thrust. 2 expander cycle BE3Us, they're making 500 a pop. So that should be able to do it. But that would look so strange because that's a 7-meter upper stage. It would look as weird as the EUS on top of this thing. But yeah, that second stage would have been really useful for lofting Orion up there. But yeah. So they tumbled the SRBs. That's where I was going with that. They tumbled them for reentry. Now we don't really necessarily need to do that, but yeah, this is a good rocket, man. A good vehicle. This is not really Ares 1X. This is actually too short because we only have a 4-segment booster, technically. We could fake it and make a 5-segment, but yeah. Anyway, let's take a look and see how she stands up. Let's see if it explodes. It probably will. Knowing me, I'm sitting here saying like how good it's supposed to be. This thing probably will blow up. It'll go right to your thighs, and then you'll blow up. Alright, so let's go in here, set the fairing to mouse over, because the thing that I didn't finish was the probe core. So, I'm going to take this, and up here, because the payload fairing and the second stage are a disposable thing. We only need to use it one time. So, initially what we'll do is I'll get a 1.8 adapter, and we'll attach a 1.8 adapter in line with the fairing on its master node, and then we'll attach that to this. Then what we'll do is we'll strut it up to make sure that it looks right, to make sure that it stays, it doesn't wobble around, because wobbling is the enemy here. And that basically makes us more or less a payload adapter. So let's go down like this, just move that into place, and then move this into place like that. There we go. And now what we're going to do is I'm going to take a nose cone, and I'm just going to put a nose cone on the front of the payload just so I don't attach to the wrong thing by accident. We have 18 tons. This thing should move 18 tons. It should be okay. I also got to figure out the thrust, the tail off thrust. We got to fix that. I'm not sure how I'm going to do it, but what's with the tumble? Patasolar, hi, by the way, long time no see. They tumble the SRB to make it not re-enter. It basically, the SRB tumbling through re-entry basically will slow it down. It turns the SRB into a gigantic speed brake. So let's take our probe core and shut off the truss structure. Actually, you know what? We should be able to just attach the probe core down here. You know what? Use the octo. Turn off the truss structure. And put the core down here. Put it down here where we can see it. And then Just give me some batteries. Some batteries are all we need. And then just for fun, I'll make it look like they're mounted on something. Make it look like it's holding the probe core up or whatever. Okay. And now, yeah, that should do it. Oh, make sure we get that out of that stage right there. Hang on a second. Okay. I may have misunderstood that, though. I don't think it has that, man. But, I mean, it's got 4 RL-10s, dude. 4 RL-10s, only 400 kilonewtons of thrust. It doesn't seem like a lot for such a big stage. But what do I know? Your inner 3D artist is showing. Huh? What do you mean? This is designed for purpose. And I mean, I'm not gonna lie. If you can design for purpose and it still looks cool, then you just win. You know what I'm saying? All right, so let's just see if all the separation works. I don't. I'm sorry, guys. I'm still sick. All right, so let's just flip this around like this. Switch it over here. Gemstone block 4. Make sure we shut off interstage nodes up here. Send it up here like this. And let me get my joystick, and we'll take it for a test fly. We'll see if it works. If it works on the first try, I'm going to be impressed, but don't be surprised if I go to separate one of these things and the thing blows up. Oh, actually, I forgot something. Yeah, speaking of stage separation, we have to put the stage ullage in there. That's kind of important. And the first stage doesn't have any parachutes right now, which is, I mean, that's okay. For now. We'll give it parachutes later. Not parakeet, SpongeBob. Parachute. These things can be attached. Actually, what we can do is attach them to the payload fairing. They only need to be in 2x sim, like that. And then just flip them around. I hate having them stick out like that. It looks strange. I wonder if there's like an arrow. Just to make it not look stupid. Buddy, you just blowing from Stupid Town? Well? Yeah, there we go. That'll do it. That'll do. Just take these suckers, put them down. Put them a little bit out like that. Excellent. 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 Attach them to the arrow part, make it easier to move them as a unit. Yeah, that'd work. I kind of already placed it though. But yeah, that's not a bad idea either. Okay, now we just gotta reorient the rocket back to upright. There we go. Terminal. Alright, 3 sets of those. Use the turbine housing. I think it might be too big. It's too big. Would a fairing be less drive mass than the 375 tank? Yes and no. Fairing would probably be less mass, but this is structural, RJ. It's structural. Yeah, it's stronger to have this strutted this strutted this strutted this, you know what I mean? Like, it strengthens that. At least I think it does. At least I think that's why I did that over a fairing, but, yeah, I'm not 100% on that one. We could make it out of fairing if we wanted to. Let's see how she flies. Remember, I rebuilt this so we could build, because it's kind of a better version that's designed for coding. And it's funny because I built the thing and I actually got the price to go down. It's 10,000 less because of all the parts, all the superfluous parts the old one had. All right, let's see what she does. Do you need to add labels to the parts again? I don't think so. I don't know. So here, let's put it out and let's see if it blows up. It'll go right to your thighs, and then you'll blow up. Bloody me, you really should get some sleep. All right. You call the parts by tags in the kRPC script. Yes, I know what a tag is, dude. Yeah, I know. Applied those. Then you won't fit. Do you have a probe core on the second stage? Yeah, it's right there. All right, ready? Let's see. Hey, all right. Yo, okay. That was me. That was me. That was me. I did that wrong. Okay, 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 roll. All right, the roll is done. All right, come on back now. This has not gone well. Yes. Yes. This is bad. Well, whatever. We'll just get it to... Ooh, what's it doing? Yeah, we'll just make sure it can stage. I mean, the rocket definitely has the time here. Damn, dude. Alright, let's wait till it kind of slows down a little bit, I think. Don't worry, the computer will make that smoother. Yeah. Alright, okay. And... You know, that's why that got off the pad so well. Excellent. All right. Well, it does stage. That's good. Oh! Dude, we almost died. All right. Does the fairing work? The fairing works. Holy crap! That was a really bad idea. The SRB turned back on. Oh my goodness, dude, we almost got wrecked. That would have sucked. I thought it looked like it had a little too high a TWR up there. I'm like, why is it doing that? Oh, that's going awfully fast. That really hurt. That really hurt. Test that! Yeah. Well, okay. My RCS is working correctly, so that's good. All right. Sweet. Where are we? Oh. Okay, separation. Separation of payload confirmed. Who puts an SRB on a second stage? What do you mean, Arlium? A lot of rockets have SRB second stages. Alright, let's try it with this actually fueled, huh? I'm not sure. Oh. Our TWR is 1.4 off the pad, even with this and that? Wow. Dude, we almost got wailed on by that Clydesdale. Oh, I kind of wish that would happen. I kind of wish that would happen, man. That would have been amazing. All right, let's see how she works again. I did see it kind of moving around a little bit, but we'll see. When that SRB went by, I lost it. I turned on infinite prop, so it gives everything infinite prop, so they just keep going. All right, let's see. Let's go. Let's do like this. Radial outlock. And 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Oh, she's weebling. She's weeble wobbling around. Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that, sucker? Little meat. Oh, what's going on here? Hello. Bruh. Interesting. That should not be doing that. Okay. That looks right. Not too far now. Whoa. We got some gnarly riding around right there. Huh. Interesting. Stand by for Miko. Wobbling between the forward skirt and the tank, which is interesting because that shouldn't be doing that. Stand by for BLF jettison. Probably should make that a little bit more. Was. Still gonna recover the SRB. We should be able to. ARG has been, or apogee has been established. We're going into EJ loop guidance. EJ knows where it is because it knows where it isn't. Would it do you any good to put fins on some kind on the bottom of the SRB? No. In reality, how the real one worked is the aft skirt on the SRB was enough to stabilize the vehicle. That and gimbal. So it looks like I missed a set of struts somewhere, guys, from what I can tell here. Because that thing was solid except for the connection between here and here. Stand by for Seco. We're going to stop slightly short. We have Seco confirmed. It's above 25. Hang on. We got to... it doesn't matter. Go back over the SRB. All right, let's see how this thing works here. All right, so, we don't seem to have a connection here. Oh, EC is gone. Well, let's hope we can dead stick this. Hey, watching this guy, how are you? The trim tabs should stabilize it. It has no chutes on this design, but yeah, not on this one. I needed batteries for the stage. I knew I forgot something. Yeah, you can't SVI that thing. It doesn't work like that because the bottom, the aft skirt has SVI. I can't SVI the main tank. We got to find more creative ways to run struts, though. I think I got a couple ideas. They are trim tabs, yes. So if you look, guys, what those trim tabs do is they get the SRB to fly slightly off of where it's going. See like this? See the difference right there? And that essentially slews the entire vehicle. It makes it kind of fly sideways. And that turns the entire thing into a huge air brake. It's a trim tab. That's what it is. If you look at the amount of drag we're making, it's unbelievable. The drag should go up exponentially relative to lift. Because, see, we're slipping a little bit. And that should get it to slow down enough to deploy the chutes. But it didn't do that this time. Fellas, Kerbal likes to overdrive the sound when something hits the water. So, headphone users, just heads up. Headphone users, again, it likes to overdrive the sound. Even when I turn it down, it still does it sometimes. Yeah, we still hit it going Mach 1. Okay. Well. Okay. Thank you for the warning. Yeah, no problem, dude. This is fine. So, the thing stayed. Did you see how solid the thing stayed? The connections, it actually was not, it was stable. Where it attaches to other, like between first stage and payload, first stage, second stage payload fairing. The parts that weren't stable were the parts where there wasn't an attachment like that. See how strong it is? It's a very strong piece. Mop. See last maybe. Okay. I mean, attach thermometers to the bottom of the fairing base, then gizmo them up to rest against the top of the fairing inside of the tank. I've never tried doing something like that, Aqualex. That might work. But see... Oh! I forgot a set of struts, dude. That's what I did. I forgot a set. So up here, right, the tank is not attached to anything. It's only physically attached right here. These struts that are on the docking port go from docking port to tank. There's no secondary array of struts that hold tank to fairings. So if I do this, right? Get 3x in there and then do that. There you go. There's your second set. I mean, Aqualex, I'm not going to sit here and say that your idea is not going to work. It might. It should. But this is absolutely going to work. I know. See, it says it on the screen. I know that this will work. This should hold this thing together. I just got to tap it 2 times. That's not going nowhere. Yep. Bang, bang on the door. Oh, I'll be right back. Get a gaming chair, you loser. Yeah. Peer pressure. That's hilarious. All right, so.
Discovery, go
Thanks,
throttle up.
Biffy. 2 whole years of cars, trucks, road trips, science, rockets, and racing. Couldn't ask for more. Thanks, man. that should fix it. Actually, that will fix it. That was the only connection that I really saw screwing around a little bit. Petition to name the garage the Love Shack. No. No, I'm okay. Get Herman Miller, screw the gaming chairs. I didn't ask for the chair recommendations. Why, chat? Why you do this? Hey, Urban, thanks for the raid, man. Let's see what she does this time. And that freaking stage is still out of fuel. Why would you do this to me, chat? Why? What did I do to you? Just, there you go. There you go. All right. Because I wanted to. Oh.
Discovery, go
Did
and
you do the
throttle up.
batteries? You know what, Robert? I knew I had you here for a good reason. You're very good, you. You're very good. You, yeah, no, you're right on the money. Urban Raid, what's going on? Urban, thanks for the raid. Guys, Urban has been stepping up his KSP game recently. Urban, it's good to see you, buddy. how are you doing? Bats and shoots? Let's just do the battery for now. Incremental. Incremental. Chat. Urban is great. Is Urban here? RJ? Alright. Come on. So I'm building a new vehicle that's kind of optimized for kRPC. So we've been doing kind of run-of-the-mill Kerbal stuff today. Just being your extended memory. Oh, okay. Yeah. Thanks, Robert. Yeah, I appreciate that. Doing good. I got featured on Twitch Gaming's channel last week. Oh, no way, dude. That's cool. Do you have a P.O. box or something I can send the tuk-tuk to? No. Not right now. I'm working on it. What are you doing there? Well, oh, look at you, you little devil. What were you doing? Huh. That's awesome, Urban. Sweet. Here, let's see if this works. Why are you doing this? There we go. There we go. Come on, you. Come on, get back in line. There we go. She's a little wiggly off the pad, but under compression, this thing's working just fine. Anything wiggle wobbling around? Yeah, fairing just a little bit. But that's okay. It seems very intermittent, which is weird. Okay. Now it seems like that connection is nice and stable, but the fairing is not. Did you write your own SAS yet? I have not, no. Stand by for Miko. It's defaulting control to the first stage.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Really what I want. Hey, Metroid, 60-month resub. Thanks, buddy. Time flies too fast. Yeah, I know what you mean. That might be PLF jettison. Should probably increase the jettison force there. Metric, this is Parallax, Waterfall, and a bunch of other things. I have some mods here and there. Just visual stuff though, because I wanted to. I'm building a vehicle for the orbital tutorial, guys. Looking good. It looks like down here is very, very strong. It's this that's not the strongest. We are getting some oscillations here and there, and I'm not too happy about it. It's probably because that's the route. But there's ways around it. There's ways to get around that. Oh, cool. Well, it looks good. Thanks, man. Yeah, no, it does look nice, doesn't it? Alright. I'm going to stop before the perigee goes positive so this thing deorbits. Okay, we have second stage engine cutoff, which is premature shutdown, as intended. Let's go back over here. Would the big fairing be the root part, make the node weak? Kind of, dude. But we'll see. Hang on 1 second. Okay, now I can reorient. Guys, it's going to overdrive the sound. These aren't pitched right. Those are not pitched correctly. It's not slowing down enough. It's going to overdrive the sound again. Headphone users. Headphone users. Headphone users. Yeah. Yeah, we were close that time, Tessa, but we need to turn it a little bit more. Also, it's defaulting control to the first stage. I'm gonna put it. We're gonna change some things around. Give me 1 second. Once again, I'm just dialing in the hardware so we can make sure that the software works correctly. It'd be interesting if you do a full Artemis 1 mission end-to-end in kRPC. Oh. Yeah, that would be pretty crazy, man. So, take this, get rid of it, and what I'll do is I'll put the probe for that thing, put that thing on there. And then we'll set vessel naming as, yeah, as probe. That should do it right. For some reason, some probe cores have precedent over others. I'm not exactly sure why. I think the higher level has something to do with it, but I totally forget the reason. So, let's go in here like this. Put the battery, the small battery that we need for the stage. Other than that, most systems on this work just fine. Actually pretty impressed that we got it that close to being right out of the box. Fairing ejector force needs to go up higher. Let's double it to 400. This has the updated struts. Now it's just the fairing plate, so let's think. Let's route that to that part right there, and now this should grandparent strut. It should grandparent strut through the fairing to the probe core, and that should help keep this a little bit stronger. Now what we would want to do is on the probe core, run a set of struts in 3x sim like that. And now see, we changed the hierarchy around a little bit. Now the probe core is the root part. Fairing's attached to that. So if we grandparent strut that, fairing's going to attach there. Now this docking port grandparent struts to the probe core instead of to the fairing plate. So we have a strut that's going through the fairing. And then if we clamp the fairing plate between the probe core and that should fix it. That should make sure everything is working just fine. basically eliminated the wobble in here. Is that the rain at your location? Rain. Rain? I don't think it's raining right now. Nope. Nope, not raining. The probe claw. Yeah. I think this should do it. Was there anything else? Oh, yeah, I gotta lock these tanks out from the start so they don't make that thing do. And then these needed to be one more. All right. Okay, cool. Good afternoon. Did you know that they did helicopter on Mars? Wait, what? Really? When? Someone who loves rain and thunder. Here, how about this? You're listening to K1540 AM. All verbal and space news all the time. They did surgery on a grape? Wait, what? When did they do surgery on this? I have the launch clamp still low. They don't need to be higher. This will hold the thing in place. Yeah, John, this should be just fine. Fuel for the upper stage. Oh, God, I swear if I forgot it, I'm going to be pissed. Only for a second, and then I'll fix it. I'm gonna be pissed, yo. Oh, I'm pissed. Okay, now I'm not. Wouldn't putting them higher reduce the on-pad wiggles? Not really. I'm not worried about it wiggling on the pad, John. I'm worried about it wiggling on the way up. Okay, ready? Whoa. Yeah, it shouldn't be doing that. You should have strutted around this problem. That's very strange that it's doing that. It should not be doing that at all. Jeez. Alright, relax. Heaviest part strut is fixing that. You don't want to really get into a habit of doing that. The hacker made stuff doing? I'm doing alright. testing the ejector on the fairing here. Oh, perfect. Could normal docking ports be used for extra rigidity? I mean, they could. Yeah, we could. We're going to recover the fairings. You can't recover fairings in KSP. Jebo, how are you? All right, so the problem went back to moving between here and here. Let me just look at the autostrut hierarchy here. Let's take a look. Yeah, okay. What are those set to? Those are set to grandparent. And what are these set to?
Discovery,
Those are
go and
set to
throttle up.
grandparent. We set those to a root part like that, they'd strut to the probe core, and we'd get some strut triangulation there. But I'm not sure if we should really be okay with doing that. You know, it's not. It doesn't give us the exact triangulation that I'm kind of going for. Did I forget to name, like, put a strut in here in the right spot? No, that all should be right. Interesting. It's interesting that changing the root part literally went back to the first problem that we had. How are we going to fix this? On a different note, they found a black hole that is ejecting stuff. Is SVI on correctly? Yeah, of course it is. The thing would be super wobbly if it wasn't. Can it be the gimbal, the engine that's making a wobble? Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's always going to happen, Gala. We got to figure out a way to stabilize it, but yeah. Interesting. All right, let's try it with these slight modifications. Another thing that we could do if we wanted to get super cheaty is go down here and set one of these to strut to like root. And that would run a strut basically through the entire thing. But one strut like that through the entire thing is not going to fix this problem. What's the gray box? It's the probe core on the first stage. Would strutting the two 1.8 meter fairing bases together help? They're already strutted together. It's just an offset strut. I mean, I can rerun those struts here because the game might think that they're in a different spot or whatever. Kraken Tech bracing could fix this. Yeah, it's possible. So let's troubleshoot one thing at a time. Let's see if those struts being in a different spot are going to fix it. I'll set these back to grandparent, and I'll set the trusses back to grandparent. Okay. Strut placement should matter. That should make a difference. The placement and angle of struts really, really make a difference, guys. That's really, really important to understand. The Kraken Tech solution would be the easiest one, the hybrid tech Aqualux. That would be the easiest way to fix it completely. Even then. Okay, let's shut that off. Ready? 3, 2, 1, ignition. That should not be doing that. Man. It stopped. Oh, now it's doing it again. We may have clamped it a little bit too much. Right there. The rocket is not flying itself, no. I am doing corrections here. I think the fairing is just a little bit too close. That's all. I'll get my rulers out. Okay. I'm fairly confident that that's the problem. We're clamping too much. It's too much clamp. That's all. We gave him too much clamps. We gave him too much clamps. We introduced Francis X. Clampazzo, and he introduced too much clamps into the design. You know, the design, the thing. You know. Okay, so let me go down here. Okay, so that's right at the edge. Give him the stick. Don't give him the stick. Are you my dad? Oh. Because this is working just fine. I think this thing might be a little bit too close. Let me just turn that. So, oh man, did that smell good. Detectives, no going in there. You tell me two things. And run. Pork chop sandwiches. Oh shoot, get the frick out of here. What are you doing? Go on, get the frick out of here. Go on, we're all dead. Get the frick out. Oh man, did that smell good. All right. I'm wondering if a straight strut here is going to fix it. I don't think this will. But if it does, you know, I might just roll with it. Because that means that fairing isn't really dialed in. My rulers weren't precise enough. Which is, I mean, fine. I made the rest of the vehicle just fine. Whole thing worked on the first freaking try. Let's see if that fixes it. I'm just out of curiosity. Then we'll get into coding it real quick. Oh man.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yep. Okay, so now if we enable this and just oscillate the vehicle, what does it do? Yep. Okay. Yeah, see? That's what that should be doing. It should be way stronger this way.
Oh my god, it's hot in here.
Yep,
This is like your. Oh.
it's comfy.
This.
Did you bring me cough drops? Oh, you're amazing. I love you.
I love you too.
Is that Brimo? Yeah, that was Brimo. She's staying away from me. You don't want none of what I got, woman. You don't want none of that. And you never once paid for drugs. She's still weeble wobbling around. I'm not sure why. Shouldn't be doing that, but maybe if we just relieve the clamping force just a little bit, it'll help us. Let's just move this down like 1 or 2 ticks and see if that does anything. Oh, that's way out of the way. Detective is no going, and you tell me 2 things. Hey, running. And those struts are definitely crooked. Uh-oh, fever like that one with the hot water? No. No, it's like that one with the cowbell. Guess what? I got a fever, and the only prescription is more cowbell. Gotta have more cowbell, baby. So yeah, it's interesting. Putting those struts in there did not make a difference. Crazily enough. It's just the collider. The collider. Let's go in here like this. And we'll offset it just a bit. See what that does. Cough drops. Nice. 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 Send it. Huh. Okay. Jeez. Some rude part auto strut trickery should fix this. Does the rockets flex like that? Yeah. Yeah, they do. Not as bad as that, but they do flex. Sure. That's actually a good trajectory, but I'm not sure we're going to get that first stage back. Word. Hey, Super. How you doing? I love the noises, man. The noises and everything. It's just very nice. We're not going to get the SRB back. Kraken's going to eat it because we can't switch. We're still in the atmosphere. Aziz, light! Much better. Thank you, Aziz. All right. It was clear skies today, so I could see all the planes. Why do some planes form contrails and then other don't, even at the same relative altitude?
Discovery,
Depends on
go at
local
throttle up.
atmospheric conditions. Super. Or not super serious, excuse me. It depends on local atmospheric conditions. It really depends what the ambient humidity is. Because the wings pressurize air, right? You got a lot of high pressure going underneath the wings. So air up there, if it's humid and it goes from low pressure to high pressure under the wings back to low pressure coming out the back, right? You're going to get a contrail. It's going to condense, right? That's what happens. At least I'm pretty dang sure. Or it's the government freezing the crops. And it's not my fault conspiracy theorists don't understand how the weather works. That ain't my problem. All I'm gonna ask is it sunny? Is it sunny all the time? There's these things that happen called weather. Right? You know, some days it's windy, some days it's not, some days it's hot, some days it's cold. Yeah, it's almost like it changes. I know. Might be a hard concept for some. Oh, nice, Hachi. There you go. Yeah, so we're having some issues with this thing. I'm not sure why it's doing that. Birds don't exist, Wilman. Don't be stupid. What can we do here? What can we do here? Root part on the engine might do it. Why don't we... Yeah, let's do that, because that's taken out of the hierarchy. Let's root part from that first. And set that back to grandparent. See if that fixes it. Because yeah, I can't have it do that, because then the guidance system gets all freaked out with the code. So, you know, if we keep going, I might need to just get a different rocket. We might need to just use something else, which does kind of suck, but it is what it is. It's a great ascent. Really good, actually. All right. That seems to be working correctly. I think I have to set that back. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Set that back and make sure that's such a root part. What if you put some triangles on the fairing adapter there and have them SVI up against the interstage? Would that prevent it from wobbling? Some hybrid tech, yeah, that might do it, dude, but I don't... I'm kind of worried that that is a symptom of something else somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Kind of worried, but I don't know for sure. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see. All right. Let me move it back into position with same vessel on, because the clamping force seems to be working. It is working right. But that should hold that thing together like it did with the Freedom rockets. Remember back in the day, the Freedom rockets never did this. So I'm not exactly sure why it's doing that offhand, but yeah, we could figure it out. The other thing I forgot to check is the payload. What's the payload set to? Oh, it's just set to grandparent. Interesting. All right, let's try it. Let's try it now. Let's see what it does. Ready? It's perfect. Yeah. There we go. Just a stabilizer strut down there. Just to kind of hold that thing in place. It bridges through the second stage. It basically runs a strut that connects all the way from there to the payload, from first stage to the payload fairing. I'm getting no oscillations now. Sweet. Is one of your goals to stop the gimbal pinging? No, not really. Whoa. Hey. Max Q is doing that. Interesting. Got a good upper stage ignition. Yeah, Max Q is doing that. So if I put in my booster tail off from Gemstone 4 Block 2, that should fix that problem as well. I actually think that's what I want to do, because I want to at least get to start coding that damn guidance system tonight. We're almost there. That root part did fix, setting the root part and setting a strut to the probe core from there did fix that, which is good. That prevented the oscillations, which is excellent. That's really, really useful for us. Okay. So, I gotta go. We gotta go look at a cow controller here. Dude, this is getting worse. I lost my voice over the weekend, and I have no idea why. I didn't scream. I didn't do anything. I just lost my voice because it hates me. So let's take a look. If I'm gonna look at this right, I'll bet you the burn time on this thing is no. All right, here. So let's just copy that, right? Copy the whole dang thing, and let's see if we can get away with doing this. Jetstone 4, Block 3. Go in here. Go into the cal controller. Or, no, not Block 3. Block 4 is what I want. Go in here. Let's go into the cal controller. Right. Put that cal controller down there. Open the editor. Save. Go into our action groups. Go here. To the cal controller. SRB tail off. Bind up the thrust limiter. Select that, paste the curve. Oh, sick. Excellent. And then set it to 120. Sweet. There we go. Now, see what I did, what that is a programmed thrust. It's a programmed thrust controller. So that's controlling the thrust limiter on the SRB, and it's telling it to go up and then go down for max Q, throttling back. There's our throttle bucket right there, baked into a cal controller, and then it's going to go back up and then tail off as we get closer to booster engine cutoff, right? SRBs do this by physically putting the fuel inside of the SRB in a different shape. They can get SRBs to throttle up and throttle down. It's just a programmed throttle thing, though. It doesn't happen. You can't control the throttle in real time. That's right, Pythos. That's exactly what I did. Yep. So now all I have to do is go to Action Group 1 and set Action Group 1 to play the sequence, activate the SRB, and release the clamps. Done. We could put it in code passing. Yeah, we could code the throttle bucket. I wouldn't mind doing that. Nuclear power plants do that with poison material within fuel assemblies. Oh, cool. I didn't know that. How do space cowboys wrangle their cattle? I don't know, man. How do they wrangle their cattle? Use a tractor beam. Cool rocket. Thank you, Adrian. Glad you like it. Why is Geeson not banned yet? Because despite everything serious, he's less annoying than you. Thrusters are going to start tailing off here. There we go. Thrust is going down. It's got to tail down more than that. But even then, I only saw it freak out really once. It only did that once. Yeah, max Q is putting structural load on our vehicle, just like a real one. I told you that building it this way makes it fly like the real thing. Thanks for the bits, Captain. Okay, thrust tailing off an SRB, standing by for separation. Good separation confirmed. Stand by for fairing separation. Fairing separation confirmed. Perfect. All right. Cool. Let's just, all we got to do is screw with the throttle controller to prevent, to lower the maximum dynamic pressure on the vehicle, and then we're good. Makes me nostalgic for Ares 1. Me too, man. Me too. Does KSP show when maximum dynamic pressure is? It's over on the Aero UI window, Bob Rico. Yeah, it does, man. This needs to go down. Like that. We'll point a value in here at 40. What's the value here? Value there is 75. Times 36, 31 times 60. So this should be, yeah, at about 48. Wait, oh, actually 47. Probably be, oh, geez, no. Flatten that curve out. No, that's really not what I'm looking for. Let's reload. What's kRPC? kRPC, Liliana, it allows you to use, it's an API for Kerbal that allows you to use your code, to make the rockets fly themselves. All right. That should set that value down a little bit lower. Okay, guys, I think we can actually start using the code to make this thing fly. So Jebstone 4 Block 4. Here we go. We got the really nice upgraded version of this thing. I'd argue, you arguing about something, Aqualux? Come on now. It needs to go earlier. Seems as though it throttled down even further after max Q. As if it was throttling late. Yeah, maybe. Alright, I mean, so... What do you want to do? You want to go in here like this? And, let's set that to like 30. Like that. Let's try that. Move that event back 5 seconds and see what the dynamic pressure ends up being this time. What we got here? Ready? 1, 2, 3. A little bit of oscillations is fine. Real rockets do that. That's okay. It does happen. It's almost like there's this big thing attached to the bottom that's making a lot of vibrations. So they do move around a little bit. That does happen. Okay, now we should see a tail off there. Max Q. Oh, she really throttled back, huh? Yeah, and that oscillation up there was not nearly as bad. Now this thing should start kicking. Ooh, that might have been a little too much. There we go, we're out of the throttle bucket. Picking up thrust. Okay, we're starting to get tail off thrust on the SRB. A little bit of oscillations, but no problem. Oh, she's bucking around just a little bit. Okay, there's main engine cutoff. Everything's looking good there. That was fine. I think this is good enough for the guidance system to work.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
GLF jettison confirmed. Hope you guys have a good day. Thanks, Tactical. I'm a little bit sick, which is why I sound like very white. .36 is pretty much where it's minned out, actually. Yeah. 36 is where it was. I moved it back 5 seconds. It's good, dude. She's fine. The guidance system should be able to control this. It should be perfect. All right, cool. Let's check it. Check it out. All right, so now let's code. So we can get rid of the RS1 footage. Let's get rid of that. Get rid of that. PyCharm. Let's go in here. Open up the kRPC documentation. Open up PyCharm. Set it to run current file. And let's see how well this works. So we set this to count down to booster ignition. Then it'll trigger the autopilot. Autopilot engage. We telled it to target pitch of 90, heading 0. Zero is 360. So heading we would want set to 90, I suppose. And then we tell it to roll. No. Keep that one at 0 and go in here. And let's paste this sucker down here and we'll tell it to turn. We'll turn pitch 88, heading 90. Okay? So that means it's going to turn, pitch over a little bit and roll. That should do it. You tell it to wait to do that, and then it should just kind of stay, then it should pitch over after that. Yeah. All right, let's do this. Ready? Let's see how she works. So now, this isn't me flying, guys. This is the guidance system. We have the guidance system basically to tell it to take off, do a roll program, and then pitch over, and then really pitch over and crash. That's what it's supposed to do. So we'll see if we did it right. Here we go. Kerbal? Hello? Roll program is initiated. This is me taking manual control. It's just, yeah, okay. That's no good. It didn't do it. All right, so what we got to do is we got to go into the documentation. How are we going to do this? 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 Let me put on... I need tunage in the background. I'm pretty sure this tunage will not mute anything. Let's try vessel.control.roll. Would it be -1, fellas? Because it's a state. Or is it equals? Are we assigning? Oh, we're assigning, right? So we want -1. Try vessel.autopilot target_roll equals 0 after setting the pitch and heading to 9090. Okay. You think so, Pesterton? Alright, so vessel.autopilot _roll. No. Target _roll equals 0. And you want me to hit that in after vessel.autopilot.pitch and heading. (9090) like that. Autopilot target roll equals 0. Wait, roll program complete. Alright, let's see if that does it. I still hate how this thing weeble wobbles all over the place, even though it shouldn't. It's very annoying. It's because the fairing gliders aren't right. Heading and roll mean different things with the autopilot. Okay. Yeah. All right, let's see what that does. I'll be honest, I'm really happy you're persevering with kRPC. Oh. Why would I? Thank you. You still draw, man. It's the same thought process that we use when we build a vehicle. It's just code. It's the same kind of mentality. Let's see. Come on, baby. Go. Roll program initiated. Target roll. Something's fighting against something else. These are conflicting with each other. These two, oh. These two, they're conflicting. Try using target roll. Let's try this. Let's try target roll 0 and then wait. Because look, the wait command blocks until the vessel is pointing in the target direction and has a target roll if set. I set roll to 0 and then I told it to wait. Throws an exception if the autopilot has not been engaged. Let's try that. Let's see what she does. Come on, baby, do it. Hello? Hello? That thing only has 3 gimbal. I wonder if we could set gimbal range. I wonder if we could set the gimbal authority. Let's, how badly can we mess this thing up? Parts. Engine. Part, active thrust, available thrust, max, vacuum thrust limit, thrusters, specific impulse, vacuum ISP, Kerbal ISP, prop names, prop ratios, prop has fuel, throttle lock, can restart, can shut down, has modes, mode, auto switch, gimbal range. Oh, it's read only. Damn. Gimbal limit. Value between 0 and 1. Returns 0 if gimbal is locked. I use K-cups, RJ. Let's go over here. Let's go to vessel control. I'm literally going to tell it to hold down the Q key. I'm serious. Let's go down here. State of the roll control can be read or written. So let's go in here. Let's go vessel control.roll equals -1. Let's see if that breaks something. They are Duncan cups. We're trying to roll the thing again, huh? The next level fix is what Apollo did. Mount your gyros at an offset, aka use a reference frame on that autopilot. The whole section about that in the tutorial. Oh. Guppy pictures, Loopy? No. Haven't seen anything like that. Alright, let's go. Tabak, I'm doing what you said to do. is literally hold down the damn Q key. I want to see what happens. Go. All right, ready? Nope. That's me initiating Q right there. I don't know, Clayton. I have no idea. It's guppy time. Oh, nice, Luffy. That's cool. Well, okay. Here's the thing. Tabak was saying there's something about that in the there's something about this whole thing in here in the tutorial. So let's go over here, open the new link, and let's get back. You know what? Now I'm curious. Launching into orbit. Python. The next part of the program launches the rocket. The main loop continuously updates the autopilot heading to gradually pitch the rocket towards the horizon. It also monitors the amount of solid fuel remaining in the boosters, separating them when they run dry. The loop exits when the rocket's apoapsis is close to the target AP. What would happen if I removed it? I'm not 100% sure. Let's just do the tutorial. Screw it. Let's just do it. Let's do the tutorial.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Let's just do it. Let's see what happens. Alright, screw this code that I have. Get rid of it. So our main ascent loop is here. You have much coding experience? I have little to no coding experience, actually. So, no. No, I don't. The next part of the program launches the rocket. The main loop continuously updates the autopilot heading to gradually pitch the rocket towards the horizon. Okay, so let's just put in the code here. SRB underscore sep. SRB separated equals falsy, a plus. Turn underscore angle equals 0. While true, ugh. go down here. Now it's doing something strange here. I don't understand what this is necessarily doing. So fact. Yeah, that it's just the tutorial, Pastor. Yeah, it's just the tutorial, man. I don't know what the heck this does. _term. Turn angle equals new turn angle. And then vessel dot autopilot dot target pitch and heading. What is this? 90 dash turn underscore angle? You can do that? Interesting. I believe you're going to have to import maps for this. It's already done, mate. This is gonna break it because Gemstone doesn't have attachable SRVs. The first stage is the SRV. So you're probably gonna see some fireworks here. Fireworks here. Decrease throttle when approaching target AP. If Apple apps this is greater than target altitude times 0.9, print and this will be done until the rocket goes above the turn end altitude. Okay. Throttle down on AP approach. Okay. Next, the program fine-tunes the AP using 10% 10% thrust and then waits until the rocket has left Kerbin's atmosphere. Now, EJ, can you see that all this code is going to be executed over and over because it's inside of the while loop? Yeah. It'll only exit when the throttle down condition is achieved. Okay. So how about we have it go down here. Print. Have it print banana down here. I want to see this thing do it. If it can. Nice holographic chair, bro. Thanks, Mitch. How are you?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Some of your ifs are nested where they should not be. Shift tab should indent back, okay. Hello, Perdongles. I think that's right. Oh, nice, Mitch. Sounds like fun. So you don't struggle as much as I am here. All right. Are we right here? I think that's correct. Oh, don't forget the main assembly. You want me to? There you go. That's a good way. That's a good way to learn. It's just percussive maintenance to the brain always helps. That'll kind of work. All right, let's see what she does. Ready? Oh, it's weird. I can understand what Mr. Strimmer is doing. Go. Hey, look at this. This is nice. There you go.
Discovery, go at throttle
Dr.
up.
Death, what's up, dude? I wonder if it's going to stage it correctly. We'll see. I did that, fellas. Yeah, that was me. That was me again. You should work at JPL now, I think. Yeah. That's a good idea. That's right, Lactose. What target altitude are we looking for here? Did that ever set? I don't think that ever set. Those clouds in my EJ stream? Oh, yeah. What is it set to? What do we set it to? Oh, target altitude is 150. Oh, we're gonna be here for a second. Okay. Word. Alright. It printed out Bananathon. No, screw 150. I want 100 grand for this thing. So it didn't stage, guys. It didn't activate the stage. So here's what we'll do. Vessel dot control dot activate next stage. I'll tell it to key it twice after sleep. See if it does it twice. How are you getting the SRB fuel? Kenny, hi. Sent you an email for Kerbal Food Program with a fun opportunity. Hope to hear from you soon. Okay, Kenny. Yeah. Excellent. Yeah, we'll see what we can do with that. Excellent. Thank you. Yeah, I just... It's sick. So, yeah, we'll look into it. Yeah. I've had a really, really busy week. No worries, I hope you feel better. I'll be alright, thank you. Yeah, I'll get back to you as soon as I can. I know it's approaching, but yeah, should be fun. Alright, is the booster on stage 2? I mean, the SRB is down here. Well, your voice is like this. You could record some voice lines. Yeah, that'll be your whole program thinks there should be boosters and core. Well, the booster is core issue, I think. It's on stage 3. Sir, finishing this flight. So, you guys want to switch that to stage 3? Let's switch it to stage 3, see what it does. And then... That's just the variable name. Okay. Yeah. As to do the variable, you need to change the parameter. Okay. So I'll switch all this back to stage 2. I think if I just tell the damn thing to stage again, because I'm keying this with an action group. Oh, change it to 3? Oh, okay. I'm telling it to fly with an AG. So if we do time sleep 5 and then we do vessel.control activate next stage right there, that should put everything in line, I think. Dr. Peter parameter. Sir, finishing this bite. All right. Hold on to your butts. What beverage do I got there? A promo one. Come on, baby. Go.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
On stage 4. Look, okay. That looks very nice, actually. Oh, hey. Something weird with the fairing gliders, Lippy. I think it has to do with that glider being not set in the correct position. Oh! It worked! I activated the engine, fellas. That was me. I activated that thing. But that's just because my engine is in a different stage from the ullage motor separation, because we don't hot stage this thing. It definitely worked, though. What kind of trajectory did it put that thing in? That's correct, Hester. Yes. Because I haven't written that code yet, Alex. That's the reason. Don't look in the light. All right, it should shut off. Let's see. I didn't put the part where it shut off. I looked at the trap ray. Yeah, Octaris, it is fun. Yeah, I think that's cool. I think this is sweet. So I gotta go in here. Time.sleep. Let's wait 2 seconds and then vessel.control.activate. Next stage right there. Print SES1, second stage engine start 1. All right, Bananathon. Okay, so next, the program fine-tunes the apoapsis using 10% thrust, then waits until the rocket has left Kerbin's atmosphere. So we're going to need vessel.control.throttle equals 0.25. Ooh. While apoapsis is less than target altitude, pass, and then print target AP reached. And then print posting out of atmosphere. Well, altitude is less than 70,050. Pass. It's now time to plan your circularization burn. Oh, it wants to do that way? Gross. Bubble wall suspended for 1-1 almost killing Kyle Lard. 1-1 what? Have you ever played Space Engineers? I have been, yes. Thank you. Suspended for 1 race and killing Kyle Larson. What a dick, dude. I didn't even see what happened, man. I was busy over the weekend. That code assumes your target apoapsis is 80 kilometers, I guess. I set it as 100 up here. Target altitude is 100 thou, I think. Ew. This is why he was suspended.
Larson, name 3. Big battle off of turn 4 here. The goes Bubba Wallace. And he comes back across the track, tags the 5. They're both in the wall, the caution comes out. That's the 20 car. Christopher hard into the outside.
What a dick. Let me see this. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Like, what are you doing, man? Don't do that. You get somebody killed that way. Let me see what's the replay here. What? Why? Huh. That's strange. Anyway. Okay, let's revert back to the BBB. You were playing Hearts of Iron 4? Oh yeah, there's the update for HOI. I totally forgot about that. Alright, let's try it again, dudes. Something like that, Luby, yeah. It's hard-coded to be simple, Poison. That's my guess, dude. I wouldn't want to hard-code stuff like that either. Dude, she does. Rates, man. The rates are all screwed up. Thumb it down now with the dang rates. Autopilot, jeez. You're gonna shake the vehicle to pieces. Descent's quite good, though. You can, Dragon, yep. I am telling it to roll right now, guys. Stage. Well, that works. I'm gonna tell the payload fairing to jettison here. Cool. Time to make code for a re-entry and landing. Thrash, I do not think I'm ready for that. This is actually a really nice ascent, dudes. It's really, really good. Would they deploy the fairings under thrust like that? Some rockets are designed to, some rockets aren't. It really depends on the design of the fairing. If this was like Falcon 9, yeah, sure, why not? Falcon 9 deploys under thrust all the time. If anything, it makes the fairings easier to test when they're down here, because if you have a fairing and you test the jettison, right, you're under the force of gravity at 1g of acceleration. So if your rocket engine is firing, right, under 1g of acceleration, and you separate the fairing, it's really easy to test it. Okay, there's the throttle down. That's working. Approaching target AP. And she's gonna coast. Oh, wicked, man. Very nice. Now the program should be finished. Yep. That's actually pretty damn good, man. It wants us to do a circ burn though. Like that's what the tutorial wants to do. It wants to do a circularization burn. But that actually worked really good. Let me add something here real quick. Can you code it to warp? Sure, why not? So I want the payload fairing to separate at 51. So should we include it in here or should we be out of here? Because we're going to be inside of this, right? Should we nest another if statement right here? It's gonna be after staging, but before we're approaching target AP. So should we nest that sucker right in there? So we would want if try altitude bracket. Okay. If altitude bracket is equal to 51,000, stage. I mean, Loopy, that might work too. Oh yeah, you would want to be greater because it's only going to be equal to 51 kilometers for like a split second. It could miss it. Yeah, that's a good point. So, alright, let's see if that did it. Man, if we could just nail this roll program, would be really good. Let's see if my little my little chili powder in there give it a little bit of a kick. I think this is gonna break it. I think it's gonna break it. Throttle bucket. Stand by for booster engine cutoff. Yeah, it's really bad. Bro. Well, that's pretty cool. That's pretty neat. That's pretty cool. All right, let's see. That didn't suck. All right, that. The wobbling is the PID rates, Copper. It really just wants to make the whole thing do that. Well, that's pretty neat. That was pretty good. I didn't hate that. Oh shit. Excuse my language. I'm sorry. I think I broke it. Oh god, we're in an infinite loop, aren't we? I'll take my time out. Yep. Yeah, I see what happened here. So, I see what we did. I definitely broke it. So, are we gonna need to put a brake in here? Or is it just not nested in the right spot? Yeah, I noticed it staged a bunch. It staged the payload too. And it just kept spamming the space bar. It was going... Oh, I see. I see what's going on in here. How about, if not, let's just hijack that code up there. Nest that right there. I didn't do space news today, Vic. I had a meeting basically during early hours, so I had to kind of condense the whole schedule. I thought that you guys would want to see more coding. Are we in the ballpark here? Don't say if it's right. Am I on the right track? Yeah, Core, actually, I had a meeting and I didn't have time to prepare this because I was all over the place this morning. What I want to do is, for space news tomorrow, guys, it should work if you do it right. Yes, yes, it should, shouldn't it? What I actually wanted to do, and forgive me because I'm super sick today. I don't know. I just get sick all the time now. Lovely. What I want to do, so Core, that relativity has some huge news that came out today. It probably isn't that important for the people that kind of, like, unless you're a huge rocket nerd, but I think it has to do with Stennis. Relativity actually bought a huge parcel of land at Stennis, which is, Stennis is where NASA tested engines during the Apollo program and where they still test engines to this day. They tested the SLS core stage. That up far left corner is at Stennis. So what I was thinking would be cool is if we did a deep dive onto Stennis for space news tomorrow. I'll do some research a little bit tonight after the stream, and I'll kind of get everything figured out, and I'll do a presentation on Stennis, and what it does and how it all works. I think you guys would appreciate that, right? Did you ever hear of the inventor Peter Madsen? I watched his documentary last night. The name sounds very familiar, Niroku. But yeah, I thought, would you guys, I mean, I would say, would you guys want to see something like that? But yeah, I know the answer is yes. So that's what we'll do for Space News tomorrow. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Sweet. Just hopefully the old voice is up to snuff. First, that sounds cool. Second, I was under the impression you got the PID loops stealth tuning on the code for the Nugget. Is that not set for this code? Also, what loop you said about out of the atmosphere. Once you're out, you can go into a different control mode, so just breaking out of the atmosphere extend loop to depth of fairings, then going into a new one that can pitch down to raise the PE. I don't know how to do any of that, dude, so I'm just going to keep following the tutorial. I don't know how to do any of that. Oh, that's weird, Niroku. All right. All right, so where did you create the SRV separated? Oh, you know, that doesn't need to be there. That needs to be right here. Oh, I see. I see. Ah. You have to when you make this variable up here, you have to set that variable to false first. So, if altitude is greater than 5100, it's going to stage. Then make fairing separation true. Then print that. Yeah, I got you. I got you. Your boy's getting it slowly. Slowly. All right. Yeah, Miles, this isn't too bad. Now I see. You know what? I can see why people that like playing Factorio like coding. Factorio is just code. It's just code with UI. Am I right? Am I thinking about that correctly? It's just freaking code. Visualized. Coding is logistics with data. Bingo. It's definitely how you think about code. Yeah. 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 I get it. Yeah. Factorio, satisfactory. It's just visual coding. That's all it is. And instead of moving around resources, you move around data. I get it. Believe it or not, Loopy, no, it's the rates thing. It would do that with any stack, except the tutorial one, because the tutorial one's a much simpler hierarchy, but you technically still are just moving around data. That's right. This is a version of Gemstone 4, guys, that's optimized for mission mode, i.e., same vessel collision is what holds the thing together. The reason why the thing wobbles so much is because the SAS controllers are just constantly doing this. It's just constantly doing that, and it's screwing up the vehicle. I gotta screw with the autopilot rates. The PID controllers on this are wonking out, and that's what causes the oscillation. If you let it sit there and it does nothing, there's no oscillation. See what I'm talking about? No, there's still a little bit. Shouldn't be, but well, all right. Yeah, I made this version of Gemstone 4. I made it today. I made the whole thing today. Started from scratch to try to avoid the oscillation problem, but it looks like it's still happening, which is annoying because that definitely shouldn't be doing that. Huh? Don't mind me. Oh. Huh. Interesting. Let me see if that fixes it. Ready? Okay. How far does the code get the rocket to? Mira. Oh! 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 I didn't hate that. I didn't hate that. I didn't hate that. That was pretty sweet. That was freaking awesome. Hackerman. Well, that didn't suck, huh? Bearing separation. That's awesome. Oh, that's fucking sweet. Look at him over there. Yes. Yes. That was pretty dope, bro. Is this real life? Why does it shake like that after starting? That's what I'm talking about with the PID loops, Mock. See what this thing is doing? It's gimbal locked roll control. Yeah, I can fix that if I do this right here and then enable RCS. It should fix that problem. Oh, that is dope, dude. That's freaking money. Oh, man. That's, I didn't see the stiffener ring pop off. Give me a break, man. That was dope. That was dope. That was dope. That was intrepid. Against it, it was cool, man. I got sick though. I don't really have any voice, but it's coming back. Can I see that? Can I see that, Dingleberg? Can we just you know, take a look at this? You know, so just, you know, for science or something. Oh. Bing bong, bing bong, bing bong. Oh. That's dope. Oh, that's so cool. I'm geeking out, man. You are geeking out. Man. Bruh. Is this hard coded for this flight, or will it work with any payload? It'll work with any payload. That's nice. Dude, what the heck? When you're so amazed, you just multiply yourself. That's right. Oh. Come on, man. That looks great. Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
It's so cool. Did the script stop running? Yep, it stopped. Get out of here. Get off the stage. Absolutely add that to mission control. Yeah. I need somebody to gifitize it. Oh, that's so baller. Man, that's cool. Are you posting the code somewhere so I can see it? I wasn't here during writing it. I'm curious. It's literally the tutorial code from the launch into orbit tutorial. I've just tailored it a little bit for Jebstone 4, and that's all. Oh, geez. Oh. Yeah. Oh, dear. Yeah, French, that'd be cool. I'm gonna learn something new today, Chad. It's called math. And without it, none of us would exist. Cert. Burn. Quackulations. Okay. Stand by for SES2. Yeah. Yes, man, that's right. Okay. MU equals vessel dot orbit dot body dot gravitational underscore parameter. Okay. R equals vessel dot orbit dot apoapsis. A1 equals vessel dot orbit dot semi-major axis. A2 equals are you going to the mall later? That's what I'm asking. Math, so it's looking for the square root of gravity times 2 divided by radius minus 1 dot slash A1. Man, my face, it hurts. Delta underscore V equals V2 minus V1. Node dot vessel dot control dot add node. Oh dear. UT. So it's looking for time plus vessel dot orbit dot time underscore 2 underscore apoapsis. Prograde equals delta V. So it just keyed in a maneuver node. That's what it did. This is keying in a maneuver node, but it's figuring out what it needs to key into the maneuver node based off of the orbital parameters, right? Here you go. A GIF of it. Is that as requested? Yeah, that's pretty dope. You did node dot. It is node equals. Dr. Death, say the line or else I have no idea what you're talking about, dude. Say which line of code. Line at 94. Node. Thank you. Equals. So that just found a bunch of orbital parameters and then did some math to figure out where and when to set the delta V for the maneuver node. And then calculate burn time using so force or F equals vessel dot available underscore thrust. ISP equals vessel dot specific impulsy times 9.82. It's the delta V equation. This is, yeah. M0 equals math exponent delta V divided by specific impulse, and then flow underscore rate equals F divided by ISP. Burn underscore time equals M0 minus M1 divided by flow underscore rate. There. Impulsy. All right, that should do it. Next, we need to rotate the craft and wait until the circularization burn. We orient the ship along the y-axis of the maneuver node's reference frame, i.e. in the direction of the burn. Then time warp 5 seconds. Then time warp to 5 seconds before the burn. I see it. Come here, Implus. Oh, M0 is undefined. I see it. M0 equals vessel mass. Thank you. Sweet. I see it, boys and girls. All right. Okay. So, print and buy for SES2. I said it twice. Let's just say ship reorient. reorientation. So vessel dot autopilot dot reference underscore frame equals node I'm not sure what the heck's going on here. Ew. Wait. Oh, there's the time warp. How's the coding going? Going all right, Stroker. So print. Let's just copy it and we'll see what it does. Waiting until cert burn. So burn. Time to AP minus burn underscore time divided by 2 point. Why is it 2 point, fellas? It's forcing it to use floats. That makes sense. That's going to reorient it. This makes the maneuver node up here. Calculates the burn time. Reorients the ship. And then waits until the circularization burn. Yeah, whatever, freshman, what everybody's saying, do that. Yeah, it doesn't really bother me too much, because I have no idea what I'm doing. So people can be like, well, EJ, you're not doing that right. I don't know what's right and what's wrong, so it doesn't really bother me. So print. Let's print stand by for second stage engine start 2. Time underscore 2 underscore apoapsis equals con dot add stream. What is this looking for? It's getting an attribute. No, it's getting an attribute from the orbit. It's getting time to AP. Okay. Vessel orbit time underscore 2 underscore apoapsis. Do you know anyone with a CNC machine that would be willing to commission a custom part welding also as acceptable? Not off the top of my head, Bone Sister, no. I'm brain not do good right now. Yeah, I'm using all the RAM right now.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Man. Remaining underscore burn underscore vector node dot frame. There we go. And then a radioactive 91 month resub. Just download more RAM. Would remove. There we go. Okay. I think I did that. Let me just double check everything. I'm not 100%. Like, guys, I'm just copying and pasting. I don't know what any of this does. I think I got it, but I mean, I can tell you what it does. It's right here. I think it's looking for a remainder. The remainder on the maneuver node, and it's gonna, yeah. To that. Okay. Fired up. Let's go. All right. The text above explains it. Thanks, Miles. Thanks, Ray. Appreciate it.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Oh, okay, Barrelicious. I got you. Be right back. I'm gonna go grab something to drink. Chair's got a flat for you guys. Your spot. Thank you for the resub, man. What's JR doing? Turn off the UI on separation. Okay. Pop the fairing. I don't know, Joe. I don't even know what's down there anymore. I haven't looked down there in years. Let's see. What does it say down there? You have KSP community fix it. No. Those specs are right. Are you guys only hearing this through the right channel? Or is it just me? Mostly right, but a little left. Oh, it made the maneuver node. Okay. All right, let's see what happens. Only 68 meters a second. Talk about efficiency. Now, that's what I mean, Pesterman, about making the hardware match the software. I mean, okay, Tessa, good to know. So shouldn't this thing like time warp or something? It made the maneuver node. Made the maneuver node for circularization. It's still activated. Ship is still running. It says it's running ship reorientation. RCS is on. All right, let me assist it. Try to auto strut the probe and SAS module. There's no SAS module, Pesterman. I don't use SAS. There's some part that's making this wobble. Yeah. Alright, let's just go over here. PID settings are crap for your rocket. I suggest removing the hard-coded intent to use the auto-tune. Okay, that didn't do it. It didn't do what I wanted it, so stop the code. Stop running McChicken. How would we put auto-tune in here? Auto-tune is set by default. Okay. Yeah. Right here. Tell it to open the RCS balls. Well, yeah, that's something that we need to do. what's up, 79? How you doing? Good man, been busy? That's not a bad problem to have, dude. Preparing for winter. Yeah, I know what you mean. I don't know how to open the tanks, Shaw. I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to prime the reaction control systems. How's the weather in the house projects? It's coming along okay, dude. Less rain, dude. It has rained a ton here. Like, we're almost out of drought conditions. It's been raining that much. Yeah, it's Havoc. Okay. I gotta go over here and I have to look for parts. Oh yeah, 79, I hear you. Thrust to solar panel sensor, RCS reaction with a resource harvester, resource converter, radiator, parachute, light launch line. Leg intake, fairing, experiment, engine, docking port, decoupler, control circuit. I'll check in later with you, not so bitty. Take it easy. All right, man. Hey, it's good to see you. 79. I'm not all here right now. I'm just not, dude. I lost my voice. Yeah, just it's sick. It's just annoying. Keep getting freaking sick. It's really pissing me off, and it's really screwing with the stream, dude. All right, man. Be good. If I recall correctly, you found the parts via tags last time. That's not the part that I'm stuck on. There's no fuel tanks here. Get Vernier to talk. No. Try to get a part with a resource. I don't. Like, how did you get solid fuel? Let's go up here and look. Add stream stage 3 resources amount solid fuel. Cannot action group that, so you're getting vessel dot resources in decoupled stage. God, Guys, I gotta stop. I gotta stop. My brain's turning to paste. I'm just not. This is just really hard to do when you're sick. Hello, what are you doing? I'm gonna go to bed. So, guys, I'm gonna stop for now. It's getting hard to focus. So, you didn't need to find a tank if you found a tank. I don't know. Yeah. Fails that. Yeah, I'm just gonna call it a little bit early here tonight. I'm just gonna try to sleep this thing off. I'll see you guys. I'll probably see you guys in the morning. We'll keep going. We'll keep going in the morning. You know, we got a lot done today. I built a whole new rocket. It still likes wobbling, which is really annoying, but that's okay. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed it. We got the staging from it, which is freaking rad. And yeah, I will talk to you guys tomorrow. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow at noon. And you made the code work. Yeah, we got there. I'll debug this with a little bit of a fresh mind. It seems like every time I've been trying to go to learn to code something recently, something always comes up, which is really annoying, but we'll get it. Yeah, it just gets to the point where it gets really, really difficult to focus, especially when I'm sick. So I will talk to you guys tomorrow. If this gets better, I don't know what to do. Thank you for helping me, everybody. I hope you guys enjoyed it. At noontime tomorrow, tomorrow we'll go back to the more regular schedule. I'll do early hours Kerbal, and then I'll take a break. We'll do space news, and then we'll do late hours Kerbal. Okay. I can't tell if I'm getting better or getting worse. So we'll go from there. Thank you very much for watching, everybody. Have a good night. I'll see you tomorrow.